Alors, bonjour et merci d'être avec nous ce matin. Mon nom est Véronique Couillard et c'est avec grand plaisir que je vous souhaite la bienvenue au nom de Connexion Vitale et de la Galerie d'art d'Ottawa à Art et âme, un symposium sur les liens entre les soins de santé et la culture. On behalf of Radical Connections and the Ottawa Art Gallery, I welcome you to HeARTcare, a symposium for bridging healthcare and culture. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Kwe, Hijashig, Odawa Ojichigan, Wabandahe Tawegamik, Te, Anishnabe Akin, Egawikod, Ka, Poket de Negodeg. The Ottawa Art Gallery operates on the beautiful Anishinaabe Aki. The Anishinaabe have been on this territory, known today as the City of Ottawa, since the beginning of time. All sorts of art forms have been, continue, and will continue to be part of the vibrant Anishinaabe culture. Lands and waterways of this region have served as shared trade routes for the Anishinaabe, fostering agreements, collaborations, and alliances. J'aimerais prendre un moment pour saluer la nation Anishinaabe, car nous nous trouvons aujourd'hui sur ces terres non cédées, qui a fourni à la culture de nombreuses sources d'inspiration, qui continue et continuera de le faire. J'aimerais aussi prendre un moment pour remercier nos bailleurs de fonds. Thank you to the City of Ottawa, la Ville d'Ottawa, the Canada Council for the Arts, le Conseil des arts du Canada, and the Ontario Arts Council, et le Conseil des arts de l'Ontario. And thank you to the Ontario Trillium Foundation's Resilient Communities Fund. Merci au Fonds pour les communautés résilientes de la Fondation Trillium. Now, please welcome, je vous demande d'accueillir Vanessa Pilote, qui est la vice-présidence du conseil d'administration de la GAO. Vanessa Pilote, OAG Board of Directors, Vice Chair. À toi la parole.
Merci, Véro. Good morning, everybody. Bon matin à tous. What a pleasure to see so many people for our first HeARTcare Symposium. I hope last night was fun. I had to miss it, but I heard it was fun. So on behalf of the Board of Directors, I'd like to thank you all for being here and for participating and wanting to be present. This subject has been a part of the conversation at the board table for a very long time and fits right in with our strategic plan. So it's touching to see that you all probably share our beliefs that art and health goes together for individuals, but also for society. So I will be very short and just again, thank you for being here. I hope that you will make good connections today. Our partnership with Radical Connections is extremely important to us. As you know, the OAG is really focused on partnerships and community and making connections, and all of you represent that. So I hope this day will be enriching and inspiring for all of you. And on that, I will introduce you to Dr. Carole Wiebe, Executive Director of Radical Connections, as well as our CEO, Alexandra Badzak. Have a great day, everybody.
Well, bonjour, bienvenue. Merci beaucoup à tous d'être venus aujourd'hui. Thank you so much for coming out on this quite rainy day. We know that more people are coming along. It's a little bit of a rain delay on travel, but we do need to get started because we've got some really great conversations to be had today. I just, again, want to welcome what will eventually become 150 delegates from all across Canada, health professionals, practitioners, artists, activists, from coast to coast to coast. I think the symposium, we believe, is really designed to foster cross-industry dialogue and connections that we can bolster ultimately our collective capacity and resources through collaboration. And then what I really do hope is that we use this as a very active day where we start to identify gaps in the work as well as the way that we can enhance and work together. Because I think that's super important. As we spoke about last night, we tend to have, I think somebody said, projectitis funding and the work that we do, and a lot of us are working in silos, let's face it. So I think it's very important that we start to learn from each other, learn what we're doing, to start seeing where the path forward is. I think it's clear from the intention of the symposium that it is resonating with many. Both the health and art sectors are filled with innovation and innovative, I should say, and passionate folks who are driven to affect positive change. And I think that's so important as we get into more and more complex times. So big bravo to all of you for joining us for what we really do hope is a very informative and action-filled day. Carol.
Thank you. I've often said I'm much more comfortable at the piano than I am behind the mic or one-on-one with patients. But so I'm going to use some musical allegories this morning. We're going to have a day at a very fast tempo today, so it's going to be an allegro day. We're going to hear from as many of you as we can. As a collaborative pianist, I'm very conscious of the need to bring out different voices at different times, to work together, to be in sync. And that's really what we need to do today. With our allegro tempo, I'm encouraging each of you to take some time for mindfulness and for yourself. This is an art gallery. It's free. The beauty of Ottawa Art Gallery is it's community building, and it's a great place to just go and take some time, be inspired. As part of our timekeeping, Michael Davich from the gallery is going to be our glockenspiel keeper. So we're going to try and make this very insistent move on with time as musical and as pleasant as possible. He's going to warn people, depending on the length of time that you're given, you will know if you have 5 minutes left or if you just have 5 minutes. There will be he will let you know. And then there will be one tone at 1 minute left. Oh, isn't that sweet? And when your time's up, and we will have to be rude and insistent because we want to have gives everybody some time, he will play. My time's up. I look forward to hearing from all of you today. I think we should bring the Rosie the Riveters theme back in here. Together we can.
And on that note, I'm thrilled to welcome back to the podium or to the mic our facilitator for today, somebody who's very close to the Ottawa Art Gallery. She used to work at the Ottawa Art Gallery as our head of learning engagement, or I think it was called public programs at that time, but helped to really cement the foundation for a lot of the community-based work that we do. She now has her own consulting company, and she does facilitation, so she's going to be guiding us through this whole process. Please help me to welcome Stephanie Nadeau.
Thanks, Alex. I feel like I'm maybe dressed as Rosie or something. Like I look like I could fix something. It's pink, so right on theme there. Donc hier, j'ai complètement oublié de parler en français. Les prochaines heures vont être captivantes, mais nous avancerons vraiment à une vitesse incroyable. So I just wanted to say, to echo what Carol said, our time together over the next few hours will be inspiring, but we will be moving at such a rapid pace. So it's going to be great. We're all going to be in it, and like this is how we start, right? I'm behind a podium, and there's a row of empty tables, and you're all over there because you're afraid. But by the end of this, at 3 p.m., we will have a workshop. On se réunira pour un atelier. We'll collaborate. We'll get some ideas going, and I hope that we're all going to leave here feeling really inspired and energized for the next steps. And this really is just the beginning of the conversation. The Ottawa Art Gallery and Radical Connections are very very motivated to keep this going, and you will be receiving invitations for further discussions and further ways that you can be involved in this really important topic. So really quick, did anyone do their homework? Anyone here from last night? Yes, okay. So, pour les gens qui n'étaient pas ici hier soir, anyone who wasn't here last night, dans vos paquets, in your little welcome bag, il y avait une carte, a little index card. So the invitation there is to reflect on a skill, a tool, a technique that is central to your work. This can be something tangible, like a tool you use every day. I feel like I need to walk. I'm gonna just over here, okay. Or it can be something abstract, like your ability to solve a complex problem of a certain kind. So you're gonna take a pen, you're gonna make a little drawing. Don't panic, it doesn't have to be artistic. The idea really is to come up with a visual symbol that really captures the essence of what you bring to your work. And as you go about the room today, various moments, introducing yourself to others, you're going to use this symbol and talk about how this tool, technique, or skill helps you make an impact in your field. And why we're doing this, just to remind you, is that in a collaborative setting, research shows that diverse teams like ours have a tendency to fall into something called the common knowledge effect, okay? So this is a bias where we're gonna start talking about everything we have in common, the things that are widely known. So we really need to challenge that bias in a cross-sector collaboration. Our diversity is our greatest asset and our greatest strength. So be sure to remember and retain and bring forth what you have. Your skills, your expertise are super valuable to our discussions. I am going to also ask you throughout the day, en reconnaissant que notre vitesse va être incroyable, in recognition that our speed is incredible, to keep two things in mind as you go through all of the sessions and discussions. And I'm going to move over to this side. No, it doesn't allow for that. Okay, so the point I wanted to make is that, yeah, keep two questions in mind. There are notepads on the tables. There's also a number that you can text. You look at the little card on your table. So what is one insight that you're taking away from the symposium, from some presentation that inspires you that you want to carry into your work? And the second part to that, how could that insight help address a current challenge in your work? So part one, what's an insight you're taking away that you want to carry into your work? Part two, how could that insight help you address a challenge that you're currently facing in your work? If you could do that little pre-homework before we meet at 3, that'll be super helpful and help us move along. Does someone want to repeat that back? Is the number missing from your table? Read the number out, of course. Thank you for pointing out my visual chauvinism. Okay, the text number is 343 574 3414. So you can text things to that all day long. So no judging anyone who's on their cell phone because they might be doing something important. Okay, and then I want to move us along. So in order to introduce our keynote speaker and to host the Q&A, thank you, Alex. It's my honor to introduce two incredible champions of the arts and health and wellness, Jennifer Toby and Dr. François Auclair. So Jennifer and Dr. Auclair are deeply committed to the transformative role of the arts in fostering well-being. Since the inception of the Creative Wellbeing Partnership, which, if you don't know, is between the Ottawa Art Gallery and the Ottawa Hospital, they have been instrumental in shaping its vision and impact. This initiative enriches the healthcare experience through artistic expression and aims to raise awareness across Ottawa about the unique and powerful connection between art and science in the context of healthcare. So please join me in a warm round of welcome for Jennifer Toby and Dr. François Auclair.
One, two, yeah, there she is. All right. Hello. All right, we're good. I think we're up. There we go.
Hello, and it is a real pleasure to be joining you all today for this fantastic event. I'm going to be telling you a little bit about the health benefits of arts and cultural engagement, giving a kind of bird's eye view of the field and some of the most exciting findings within it. For those of you who don't know me, I am Daisy Fancourt, and I am Professor of Psychobiology and Epidemiology at UCL. And my work focuses on understanding the role that social connections and our behaviours have on our health, including things like loneliness and isolation, as well as other aspects like arts and cultural engagement and the activities that we do day to day that have health benefits. One of our favourite topics is looking at the arts, and when we talk about the arts, we are talking about an incredibly diverse array of activities that include directly participating in the arts, as well as engaging in other kinds of cultural activities like going to cultural venues. But what all of these things have in common as activities is that they have shared ingredients. Now, some of these ingredients are quite general and include things like physical activity, cognitive stimulation, social interaction that we know are beneficial to our health anyway. Other ingredients are more specific or particularly strongly expressed in the arts. So things like aesthetic engagement, multisensory stimulation, creativity, and imagination. All of these different ingredients then activate different psychological, biological, social, and behavioral mechanisms that lead to health outcomes. Within my work in my team, we've done a lot of theoretical work to understand these ingredients and mechanisms more. One of our contributions has been providing a framework that we've called INNATE, which maps some of the critical active ingredients within arts activities that benefit health. This includes things like aspects of the project itself, like how often people are engaging, what the artistic content is, for example, as well as considering the people that are engaged in that activity as well, and the context in which people engage. Whether people engage in their own homes or in a cultural venue can have quite profound effects in terms of how they're affected by that engagement. Our work has also led to some really nice toolkits that allow us to map the difference between activities, for example, between arts and non-arts activities, so that we can articulate what it is about the arts and even what it is about particular art forms that's beneficial. When we think about mechanisms, we published a framework a few years ago in the Lancet Psychiatry where we mapped all of the mechanisms that have been proposed to link arts and other leisure behaviours to different health outcomes. And these identified over 600 different psychological processes, biological, social, and behavioural processes. And we know that the relationship between these things is complex. These different processes can interact within each other to influence these health outcomes. And they can also occur at different levels. If I engage in a choir, I might start feeling less lonely myself, but also at a group or meso level, I might start to have group bonding with other people within the choir. And if we have lots of choirs within a community, that could increase the social cohesion within that community, providing these multi-layered mechanisms. In terms of the outcomes that are affected by the arts, a review that I published with the World Health Organization several years ago identified lots of different aspects of our health that the arts can influence. This includes things like the management and treatment of diverse types of illness, as well as a role for the arts in the prevention of illness and in broader health promotion. Now, naturally, I can't cover all of these different effects within this presentation, but I thought I would just give a flavour of some of them so that you can have an indication of some of the ways that the arts are affected. And in doing so, I thought I would use something called the Zoom lens, which essentially provides a scale from the way that the arts affect us at a molecular level right through to how the arts affect people at a global population level. And I thought I would start by talking right in the middle about some of the clinical trials that have been conducted showing how the arts affect our health. I'm going to focus on the mind, the brain, the body, and then the behaviour to consider this. When we're thinking about the minds, there are multiple different clinical trials now showing that the arts can affect diverse aspects of mental health and well-being. In this trial, which I've co-led over the last few years with colleagues at the Royal College of Music in London, and also with the World Health Organization and King's College London, we've tested a new intervention which involves 10-week singing programs for mothers with postnatal depression. We've found that across that 10 weeks, the singing group in particular has much faster recovery in symptoms, recovering a month earlier than either control groups of usual care or non-artistic comparison activities. We've demonstrated that this effect is found not just from in-person studies, but also from online versions of the activity, with results maintained up to 6 months following the end of the intervention. This is giving us quantifiable data about how the arts are affected, core depression outcomes in new mothers, and helping us to understand that even these short-term interventions can have long-term consequences. And these effect sizes are substantial, 40% decreases within the first 6 weeks of mothers engaging in this programme. In other work, we've been looking more at arts on prescription models, whereby people have choices of the kinds of activities they can be referred to. In this randomized trial that we've just completed in Greece, we've worked with adults who have severe mental illness diagnoses within the community, and they've been offered choices of going to cultural events, live music, concerts, galleries, exhibitions, the theatre. We found that across 12 weeks of engagement with these activities, people have reductions of around 1/3 in their symptoms of depression and anxiety, compared to care as usual waitlist groups who show no signs of improvement over that time. This model is providing people with choice as well, allowing them to select the arts activities that they feel they have the greatest relationship and relevance with. Intervention studies like this are proliferating, and in fact, meta-analyses are demonstrating that there are overall effects coming through when we aggregate the findings from lots of trials. What's interesting is that we're often seeing these effects for quite different types of arts activities. This meta-analysis, for example, looked at actively participating in music, as well as simply listening regularly to recorded music, and showed that both of them helped to reduce symptoms of depression over time. So this suggests that there can be some core shared artistic ingredients that are important, but actually variation in other ingredients, like the types of art forms being used, doesn't necessarily affect the overall results that we see. So a critical question here is why we're seeing this. In other words, what are the mechanisms that are responsible for the arts affecting these different outcomes? We've undertaken a lot of different studies to understand this. And there are multiple different mechanisms coming through. If we take a psychological approach, we see that engagement in music and the arts helps us with emotion regulation. So helping us to avoid some of our negative emotions, for example, distracting us from feelings of stress and anxiety, or suppressing emotions that might be causing us distress. But it can also help us to approach these emotions. When we engage in the arts, we give us an opportunity to vent and discharge some of our negative emotions, but also to reappraise, to think differently, perhaps come to terms with conditions. We also see that there are effects on our sense of self. Engaging in the arts can build our confidence, agency, and purpose, so we feel better able to tackle stresses in our lives. Taking a neurobiological approach, we see that when people engage in the arts, it helps to release the neurotransmitter dopamine, which is a core part of our reward system in the brain and increases feelings of pleasure. Interestingly, we see that people not only receive dopamine releases when they're actively enjoying their experience of the arts, but they also receive them in anticipation of pleasure. As we're listening to music or we're reading stories, feeling a sense of tension and excitement about what's coming next is also really important to that release of dopamine. So the arts have these two ways, providing anticipation as well as providing moments of psychological pleasure. Taking a psychobiological approach, we also have found that arts engagement reduces stress hormones like cortisol, which can have adverse effects on our health. And it also helps to affect immune proteins, in particular rebalancing levels of inflammatory cytokines or proteins within our immune system, which has implications not just for our physical health, but also for our emotions. And finally, from a broader well-being perspective, we also see that engaging in the arts helps to build a sense of identity, selfhood, filling important needs like a sense of control, mastery, and purpose in our lives. But as well as supporting in terms of the management and treatment of mental health symptoms, the arts can also help to prevent mental illness. Using epidemiological approaches, we have demonstrated that when we engage in the arts, we actually over time can experience lower levels of mental distress, better mental functioning, and better life satisfaction. Now, this is just day-to-day engagement in the arts, not engaging because we believe that it is an intervention, but just engaging for the pure joy of it. Naturally, because these are observational data, they involve us using reports from tens of thousands of individuals tracked over multiple years of their lives. So it's important to say, is this the arts causing changes in our well-being and mental health? Or is it that people who are healthier or perhaps wealthier might be the ones who then engage in the arts, and that's actually the cause of the association? But our work involves building complex statistical models that take account of all the factors that predict people's arts engagement, as well as predicting their well-being outcomes, and then using these data to ascertain if there is still an independent relationship over time. Using this approach, we see that if we take people who've never had depression in their lives and don't currently have high depressive symptoms, and look at how often they engage in the arts, over the following 10 years, those who are the most engaged are nearly half as likely to develop depression compared to those who are never engaged. And this is once we've taken account of all of these confounding factors. And this is giving us exciting evidence to suggest that engaging in the arts can help to prevent the incidence of mental illness, which is one of the important targets that we have within public health. Notably, we're not only finding this within Western and high-income countries, but actually across different cultural contexts all around the world. We recently completed analyses with 100,000 people in 16 countries, following them up over 8 years. And we found that when we meta-analysed the results for each country, there were overall associations. The more people were engaged in creative activities, the lower their depressive symptoms were 8 years later, the better their self-reported health, the higher their happiness levels, and the higher their life satisfaction. And this is giving us important indications that the arts could have a very important role within public health at a global level as a prominent health behaviour. But as well as thinking about the mind, I also want us to think about the brain. We know that when we engage in the arts, it affects diverse aspects of our brains. Music, for example, when we engage in music, multiple different brain regions are activated. And we actually see that if young people engage regularly in music, this actually leads to structural and functional changes within the brain, increases in grey matter volume, white matter connections between brain regions, and even brain structure. This can have important effects such as supporting language acquisition and development amongst young people, providing a scaffolding for their brain development. It also has benefits later on in life. People who engage regularly in the arts actually help to build what's called their cognitive reserve. This is the resilience of their brain against cognitive decline. People who go more often to galleries and museums and concerts and the theatre, for example, have better memory 10 years later and better executive functioning in their brains. They even have a lower odds of developing dementia over the next 10 years. And in fact, when we compare the effect size of this to other activities like socializing, we actually see that they're almost identical. This is important because having strong social connections is widely recognized as being protective against brain decline. But we're actually seeing the same effect sizes for arts and cultural engagements. And this is very exciting in terms of placing the arts alongside those better established health behaviors and showing that the arts actually are just as important for us. If people develop dementia, there are also still benefits of engaging in the arts. We know often that people can report having a relative or a friend with Alzheimer's disease who no longer recognizes their family, for example, or can remember specific memories, but they can still sing along to music if music that they loved when they were younger is played. Neuroimaging studies have shown that this is because there's a particular region in the brain associated with long-term musical memory. And when people with dementia listen to music, this is activated. And this is actually a region of the brain that is affected by dementia relatively late on. In other words, people can still remember music because this region is relatively intact, even though other regions associated with things like memory of family or past events might be much more affected by the dementia. Using music within care homes or with people who have dementia can also help to reduce behavioural agitation, helping to buffer noises that might cause them concern, but also helping to provide familiarity and regularity so that people are less distressed when they're doing things like bathing or having meal times. And there are some fantastic projects around the world that are putting this into practice. In the Netherlands, Hojewijk is a dementia village where the whole village is designed around the arts. People live in houses that have been artistically designed to remind them of their past. They have access to libraries, a theatre, shops. All of the staff dress in plain clothes, and they have lots of music and arts events. This artistic approach to design and care in dementia has been shown to have important effects, including helping to reduce incontinence and distressing behaviours and helping people to maintain more independence for longer. These are really promising initiatives showing how we can use these research findings on the arts to support people with dementia to live better for longer. Other neurological research has focused on the role that the arts can play in neurorehabilitation. There are some really exciting results coming out showing that dance, for example, can help people with Parkinson's disease to stabilise symptoms, maintaining physical functioning for longer. For people who've had a stroke, if they listen to music whilst they're trying to walk, it substantially improves the pace and the symmetry and balance of their walking, helping within rehabilitation. And there are also exciting studies using novel art forms like magic tricks for children. This programme, which is run by an organisation in London called Breathe Arts Health Research, works with children who have one-sided paralysis as a result of brain injury or hemiplegia, integrating the occupational therapy exercises into magic tricks. The young people find that when they're engaging in magic, it is much more motivating and engaging than doing hand therapy exercises. And actually, neuroimaging studies show that it is actually helping with restructuring of the brain, helping to build new white matter connections and improve the way that their brain is responded to two-handed tasks. For the young people themselves, there are really dramatic effects as well, including increased independence and abilities to use both hands. If we move on to considering the role of the arts to support our bodies, there are huge numbers of studies now published showing the effects physiologically that the arts can have. Within hospitals, we see that simply playing recorded music can help to stabilize and reduce heart rates in premature babies. It can reduce blood pressure in adults who are undergoing surgery, and it can also reduce the amount of medication that's needed for people who are in hospital. This is really important because it not only has cost savings for hospitals, but it improves patient experience, and by reducing the amount of medication that people need, it helps to reduce the side effects that they might be feeling. For older adults, engaging regularly in the arts also helps to prevent physical decline. We looked at people who didn't have any history of chronic pain and tracked how often they were engaged in arts and cultural activities. Over the next 10 years, those who were engaged more regularly had a reduced odds, a 25% lower odds of developing chronic pain compared to people who were not engaged. And again, this effect size was really similar to physical activity, another prominent health behaviour that we're very comfortable with and is much better accepted than the arts, but actually similar effects. We see this for other outcomes too. People who are engaged more in the arts also have a reduced incidence of age-related disability. This is things like being able to manage their own money, being able to cook meals for themselves and get out of the house. Again, this is a very similar effect size for engaging regularly in exercise. And we have indices of things like frailty that consider multiple different aspects of people's physical functioning. These indices show that if people are never engaged in arts and culture, they're 1.3 times more likely to become frail by the age of 80 compared to people who are engaged regularly. as with our mental health analyses, this is independent of all of their demographics, socioeconomic factors, and other lifestyle and behavioural measures. And we see this across multiple different aspects of their health, including their walking speed, balance, and sleep. Those who engage in the arts have better maintenance of physical functioning and slower age-related physical decline. Our research is even helping to understand more about why this is. We see that when people engage and listen to music, for example, it actually affects the expression of their genes with their DNA within their body. Compared to simply relaxing, if we relax and listen to music, it helps to increase the expression of genes that are involved in things like dopamine synthesis, that pleasure neurotransmitter that I mentioned, as well as the development of new neurons in the brain. Listening to music also helps to downregulate or suppress genes that are involved in the destruction of neurons. So these are deep-seated physiological effects that we see, biological effects from engaging in the arts. My team and I have recently been looking at epigenetics. This is to do with the way that our genes are expressed within our bodies. There are certain aging indices now that consider the pattern of our epigenetic methylation. And these help us to see whether we are biologically aging faster or slower than our chronological age. What we found is that when people engage regularly in the arts, they have a slower biological aging. In other words, they are biologically younger than their actual age. And the more they engage, the stronger this effect is. And in fact, it's not just about frequency of engaging, it's also about diversity. When we engage in more diverse arts activities, we expose ourselves to different active ingredients that have different mechanistic benefits for us. So as we get older, engaging frequently and in diverse arts activities helps us to stay biologically younger. In fact, we and multiple other teams have now demonstrated that people who engage more regularly in the arts have longer survival. In other words, the arts engagement seems to help ensure a greater longevity, preventing premature mortality. Naturally, there are lots of factors that help to explain this, like our wealth and our education, our other health and physical symptoms. But these only explain about half of the association. Arts engagement is still independently associated with a longer lifespan. Finally, there's also an important role for the arts in supporting our behaviours. The arts can play vital roles in public health communications. In the US, for example, the East Los High is a public health program that was designed to help reduce teen pregnancy rates amongst adolescents from Latina backgrounds living around Los Angeles. The program was a TV series that was developed with a highly integrated arts program. And the point of this TV series was to convey important public health messages, but through an artistic medium in a way that young people might find more engaging and be more receptive to. The program ran a number of research studies and actually showed that condom usage increased in how effectively people used it and how much they understood it for when young people were watching this program compared to when they were reading standard public health communications about condom usage. So this is a really exciting way of how we can use the arts to communicate critical health messages. We saw similar effects during the Ebola epidemic in West Africa. Rap songs, murals on walls, local radio programs, and local filmmaking were all used to increase awareness of Ebola and the important preventative health behaviours. Overall, these arts efforts were credited with changing the behaviours of 1.5 million people living in West Africa during the epidemic. Similarly, there are behavioural advantages of the arts for clinicians who are going through training. There's a famous study that asked doctors if they could spot the lung nodule within this scan. Around 90% of the doctors did manage to spot the nodule, but only around 7% of them actually spotted the gorilla that was hiding in the top of this lung. The point of the study was to demonstrate that actually we're often trained to spot the things we're expecting to spot. However, arts appreciation classes actually helped to improve the visual skills of these doctors in their imaging, which is a crucial thing in terms of visual literacy and visual diagnostic skills amongst doctors. But behaviourally, we have to acknowledge that our arts behaviours are not even. around the world, we see very different patterns of how often people are able to engage in the arts. And this is often patterned by things like education and income. This is very important to recognise because if the arts are a health behaviour, then their uneven patterning within society could be exacerbating health problems. We've recently published a new framework called the Radiance Framework that maps out all of the different factors that can act as barriers to people's arts engagements. One of the crucial things to note here is that we often talk about individual level barriers, whether people have the money, for example, to engage or they're interested to engage. But actually, that's often only a very small part of the picture. We know that people's engagement in the arts can be affected by things like the built environments, whether there are arts venues that are near them. It can be affected by public services like public transport, whether people have a way to get to the arts. It can be affected by norms and values, whether people feel like the arts is something for them or they should socially be seen as doing. And it's naturally affected by things like politics and media and other very high-level factors within our societies. So if we really want to help people engage more in the arts, we have to address lots of these barriers simultaneously. But there are some really exciting initiatives suggesting how we can do this. One of these is social prescribing, or arts on prescription. This is now happening in 32 countries around the world, referring people to the arts from healthcare professionals or social care professionals or organisations in the community. My team and I have been looking at this in the UK, where we've had a national rollout of this programme, and our results are really exciting, suggesting that social prescribing is particularly helping to reach people living in more deprived areas with more long-term conditions who currently make most use of health services. It's also helping to reach people who have higher levels of social deprivation. This is promising, suggesting that schemes like this could be good ways of engaging people more equitably in the arts. And I think it's really worth our while doing this from a financial perspective. Schemes like social prescribing are currently anticipated to save around £3.40 for every £1 that gets invested to them, in terms of reducing people's over-reliance on health services. We've also shown through epidemiological work that when people engage more in the arts, they make more use of outpatient services, primary care services, that help to identify health problems sooner. And they make less use of the more expensive inpatient services like hospital stays or nursing homes. So it helps to shift the health service towards more of a preventative care model. And we have a new report coming out in the next couple of weeks with UK governments, where we've estimated the financial impact of the health benefits of the arts in terms of improving people's quality adjusted life years, as well as reducing health and social care costs and improving overall productivity. So finally, returning to the WHO reports, in the 5 years since this was published, we've seen a major transformation in awareness and understanding about this field. The report has been downloaded nearly 250,000 times, making it the 4th most downloaded WHO publication ever. This is really exciting and has also catalysed a lot more engagement from WHO and other bodies. For example, there are new arts and health policies that have emerged as a result in over 8 countries now, and major new reports from bodies like UNESCO. I'm really lucky that my research team has been designated a WHO collaborating centre, and we're working very closely with WHO on pushing this agenda forwards. This has included mapping all of the policy work on arts and health to date, which includes over 170 different reports. And WHO has just launched a new lab called the Jameel Arts and Health Lab, which is designed to help catalyse more global policy work in this space and drive the field forwards. As part of this, we have a new technical report underway on the population level effects of arts engagement for health. And we're also aiming towards a new WHO technical resolution, seeing the arts as a health behaviour alongside diet, physical activity, tobacco and alcohol. For those who are interested, I did want to point to some new resources, one of which is a book that I wrote previously looking at the arts and health interventions and how to design effective arts programmes within healthcare. And also a new report that we published from my team last year, summarising the findings from the epidemiological research on arts and population health. I also have a new book with Penguin coming out at the start of 2026 that will hopefully put all of this into lay language as well, so that we can help to encourage other people who might not know about this field to get more engaged. So I'd just like to say thank you so much for the invitation to speak, and I'm really happy to take questions.
Wow. I've heard some of that before. Oops, I think we're flipped, but that's okay. That was, wow, very impressive. Certainly, we're all going to take better care of our arts contributions so we can age better. Open to questions. Anybody digested that? Oh, okay, we have a question back there.
Hi, I'm Anna Zumbanson. I'm the Associate Director of the Music and Health Research Institute at the University of Ottawa. And I want to thank you so much for your presentation. It's really inspiring, I think, for all of us. It just reassures us in what we do, so that it's really great. And the question I had for you is, what would you want us to do to improve the field?
I think that's a very big question. I'm not sure there's necessarily one right answer here. I think that we naturally need more research because there are so many questions that are coming out here. But I think a really important part is also the research translation. So making sure that people are aware of the health benefits of the arts so that they can engage more, making sure that arts organisations know about these more theoretical approaches to thinking about why people might not be engaging, so that they can consider more broadly with policymakers how those barriers can be overcome. And I also think there are really exciting policy opportunities here. So considering how the arts can be embedded within the strategies of health organisations, and also how health can be embedded within the strategy of arts organisations, so that we have more joined up and collaborative working across arts and health.
Hi, Serena Eisenberg, a health services researcher at the University of Ottawa. Thank you, Dr. Fancourt, for your presentation today. I do some work around arts-based knowledge translation and have started to do work around the testing of the arts in the palliative care end-of-life space. And one of the works that we're going to be talking about today at this conference is our collaboration with professional storyteller Kim Kilpatrick, as well as visual and film artist Rachel Gray, who took stories from patients, caregivers, and healthcare providers in the palliative care unit, translated them into these beautiful short stories, as well as visual and film art. When we presented this work at a health conference last year, one of the pieces of feedback we got was, oh, well, you need to package and scale this. You need to train the trainer, you need other people rolling this out in other healthcare settings. And one of the pushbacks that we made as a team was, well, you need to recognize the value of the artist in the delivery of this intervention. It's not anyone who can come in there and write these stories. It's not anyone who can come in there and paint and do this film. And so I'm wondering, in the study of the interventions that you shared today, when talking about scalability, how do you ensure that you keep the integrity of the intervention and the engagement of the artists who do the work while also reaching out to a broader audience?
That's a really great question and a really important one. I think there are different models of scaling which are important to consider. Sometimes it can be a straightforward scaling, like the use of recorded music in hospitals, for example. That kind of thing can be scaled almost in a copy and paste across hospitals, just altering perhaps the types of music choices that people have to listen to. But you're right that when we're talking about much more live human interactions, that involves a phenomenal amount of expertise from the artists, and also a lot of local knowledge about the patient demographic and how they might have different needs. I think there is really interesting approaches here, thinking about scaling the model rather than the intervention. So thinking about what are the core ingredients or components of this that would be replicated versus which are the parts of these that would need adapting to a local context. And there have been some great projects over the years that have done almost a kind of franchise approach, where they've provided the sort of bare bones of their model, but even though their organization might not be able to be based in every location, they've actually run training programs for artists local to each hospital. And then they've used those training programs to pass on the expertise that they've gained from doing the program. That means the artist can then take those core ingredients and then adapt the additional ingredients to suit that local context. So then it's really seeing it's more of a mechanism rather than a copy and pasted intervention. That's also what social prescribing or arts and prescription is. It's a mechanism of referral, but exactly what the referral pathway looks like, who the artists are, all of those things vary in the local settings. And I think that local adaptability is very important to keep.
Hi, I'm curious to know the difference between someone participating in art, like art therapy, and someone engaging in art, so going to a museum and seeing the art on the walls. Is there a difference in outcome for those?
It really depends on what the outcome is. And I think I'd also make a caveat here that there's a difference between participating in art versus participating in art therapy. Art therapy typically refers to something where it is a trained and credited therapist who is delivering the intervention, who will often have knowledge of a patient's medical records, in-depth connections with their clinical team, for example. That's different from an artist delivering a program, even within a hospital setting, when they don't have those kinds of credentials and expertise. All of these kinds of engagement have value, but it really depends what you're trying to achieve. Sometimes, for example, directly participating in the arts is an important ingredient because that helps people to build skills so they can feel a sense of mastery, increase their self-esteem. So participating for those mechanisms might be key. Whereas at other times, the reason people might be participating might be to reduce loneliness, for example, or enhance broader well-being. And perhaps for that, it might be sufficient to go to cultural events where you would meet other people, but you wouldn't have to participate. So I always recommend considering what the outcomes are and then mapping backwards which mechanisms you think are going to achieve those outcomes and therefore which ingredients you need within the activity to activate those mechanisms.
Hello, my name is Martin Brooks. I'm a mathematician and artist. Through my colleagues and reading, I've come to understand that there's a power to looking at through the lens of complex adaptive systems for health and medicine. And I wonder where that fits in integrating arts into health and medicine.
In the Lancet Psychiatry paper that I mentioned on one of my slides where I spoke about our multi-level leisure mechanisms framework, we actually did a very in-depth discussion about complexity science and complex adaptive systems. So I would say that if you're someone that's interested in these fields, definitely read that Lancet Psychiatry paper. But more generally, I'd say we have to recognize that arts is a very complex human behavior, and the way it affects us is hugely complex. The way that it affects us can also be different for different individuals. And so considering moderating factors like whether someone has any artistic background or their background mental health or social circumstances is very important in research. I think artists are so experienced, they're often doing this automatically when they meet with people, when they meet with patients, they're making an assessment of them, they're tailoring their activities to their backgrounds. So actually, this is more of an issue within research when we have to not only run clinical trials, but consider more complex designs. So for example, with all of the randomized control trials that my team runs, we also run these as hybrid implementation studies, where we look at things like how often are people engaging? Are they enjoying the activity? Is it fitting in with their care pathway? And we use those data alongside the main outcomes data. And we'll also integrate qualitative research, interviewing people, running focus groups to get a broader understanding. And I think applying lots of different research methods is therefore really important to account for that complexity.
Daisy, thank you so much for that fantastic summary. I'm Carol Wiebe. I'm a family physician, part of the host of this conference, and I've learned so much, even though I already feel like I think most of us in this room know that arts and health is really valuable, and you've actually given us the data, so I really appreciate that. One thing I noticed on one of your slides was that there was some global research, and I'm going to forget now exactly which one it was, but there was no input from Canada. And I'm wondering what we can do to join global arts and health research. What do you need from, like, do we need a chair from one of our universities that's doing this research?
I think you may have been referring to some of our epidemiological research where we'd meta-analysed across lots of countries. It was simply because we didn't actually have access to your cohort studies at that point for that one. We have actually more recently identified a cohort we can work with, and we've applied for access. So as soon as we have that access, we will be happy to include Canada within our meta-analyses as well. But I think more generally, I think collaborations between countries is really valuable. And there are certainly a lot of more global initiatives and networks now that are starting to facilitate that, including things coming out of the WHO's Jameel Arts and Health Lab, which is doing activations in lots of different countries. So I think engaging with those will really help to make sure that Canada is part of that research and those discussions as well.
Noted.
Good morning, Dr. Fancourt. Thank you for making the time to join us. I applaud your work. Your results are both very in-depth, very broadly based, and more importantly, really demonstrate the value of art expression, art making, art engagement across a broad swath of population. So thank you so much for making your presentation today. I work in a homeless shelter, Ottawa. The Ottawa Mission, where I work, is the largest and oldest homeless shelter in our community in Ottawa. My colleagues Sepsaba and Nevis are here with me today. They are responsible for our hospice and our addiction and trauma services, respectively. They do remarkable work with populations who are very vulnerable to improve the quality of their lives, even for people in the hospice who do not find refuge anywhere else because they are usually also carrying very active and often untreated mental health conditions, addictions, so they wouldn't be candidates for hospice care elsewhere, which is very important. There's a grave need for that. Nevis's work in addiction and trauma services is quite remarkable, whether the clients choose to practice harm reduction or to become abstinent completely. So I'm wondering if you have data that is specific to very vulnerable populations for both palliative care and also for addiction and trauma services, not in terms of art therapy interventions, as you mentioned earlier within the question period, but just simply art making with artist mentors, et cetera, in terms of, as you mentioned earlier, lessening of depressive symptoms or anxiety, et cetera. If you could speak directly to that, that would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. So within our original WHO report, we had a whole section on the role of the arts within trauma. And so I would recommend returning to that because there was some really interesting literature there. There have also been some really nice additional reports, for example, there was a UN report that looked at the role of the arts in refugee camps to support with trauma and identity building. So I think it's really exciting seeing some of those syntheses coming out, which are drawing on case studies and examples of where this work is happening. Of course, naturally, a challenge here is the types of research that are being done. And often we find that some of the most vulnerable people in society are not part of large-scale research studies. So it's really about adapting research methods and finding ways that we can engage those populations in ways that they feel comfortable with. And I do think that we do have a need for more studies that focus on some of those marginalized and invisible populations to make sure that they are part of the picture as well, because actually the preliminary data suggests that they can benefit even more from the arts than people who might already be in better health.
Hi, my name's Karen Balcom. I'm with Community Arts and Social Engagement with the City of Ottawa, and I'm thinking about some of the themes you mentioned about, economic access to the arts, and it makes me think of different communities and how you define the arts in the first place. Here in Canada, it would be very important for Indigenous communities to, for example, be able to practice their Indigenous languages or to be able to gather together and play games that are culturally specific. So I was just curious, in your research and engaging with different countries and different communities, if there's been conversation or a journey around
how you even define arts for this kind of research.
There was a really wonderful paper published in 2023 by Jill Sonke in the US, which was an international Delphi consensus around how we define the arts for population health research. And what this came down to was saying that there's not one type of art, and often talking about art forms can be reductive because it can draw lines around things in ways that might not be culturally relevant in different locations. So it proposed thinking about the different types of art that people are engaging in, and then the mode of engagement. So whether it's more participatory or receptive, whether it's online or in person. And this kind of framework allows for a more fluid definition of art that crosses cultural boundaries a little bit better. Within my own work, I've also really been a proponent for the active ingredients approach, because that way we're saying that if activities have got common ingredients of things like creativity, imagination, aesthetics, multimodal stimulation, even if these are being expressed very differently in different kinds of art forms or different cultural practices, we can recognize the things that they have in common. So I would think that those two different theoretical approaches could perhaps be a way of making sure that we are capturing variations in cultural practices across different cultural contexts.
Any other questions? I think.
I have one.
Okay.
That's a comment. The artist is often portrayed as a solitary agent. And the idea of a symposium like this is to bring together people with like interests, artists with like interests. And I would like to hear your comment on the potential benefits on creativity of having people united like this together, and ways to the path to go forward from here.
I think there is a huge value to artistic collaboration in this, partly because even if an artist works a lot on their own, they're still part of an ecosystem that might involve the galleries or the live music venues that they're engaged with, and the different kinds of arts organizations that will help them to promote their work or involved in training and teaching. So I also feel like artists, because they're freelance, it can actually be harder sometimes to engage in a sustainable way in this field. So I think being able to link in with broader arts organizations who might have more sustainable projects or funding can be a really lovely way of making sure that they've got longer term integration and training. And there are some really good training programs that are being developed. For example, in the US, the National Organization for Arts and Health now has some bespoke training for artists on how to work within healthcare settings. And things like that also help people to connect with other artists so they can feel they've got a support network as well.
I have a funny question. When I think about music, it really troubles me, but where it's coming from. You know, like how it emerges in the brain and gets translated on a sheet of paper and beautiful sounds. And would you take Aristotle said that the man is a political animal. Would you say that the human is a musical animal?
I would actually. There are some very interesting evolutionary theories suggesting that music and the arts actually evolved with survival purposes in mind. In other words, intrinsically for our health. If we look back, the origins of singing, for example, are sometimes proposed to be to do with social bonding within societies, which is absolutely critical for our survival, as well as for supporting the development of brain architecture in infants. Also, a lot of the early evidence of the arts has come in the place of healing rituals, fertility rituals, death rituals. So actually across history, the arts are intrinsically linked in with health, and every single major medical tradition talks about the arts from thousands of years ago in the earliest written scripts that we have from them. In my book, Arts and Health, actually, my first chapter of it was charting the history of the arts and showing how intrinsically interlinked it is with the history of health and medicine. So I think this is also something that perhaps we've forgotten. We used to engage in the arts organically as part of our day-to-day behaviours, as far back as Paleolithic times. But it's in modern society that the arts have become a leisure behaviour not something that we do organically, but something we only do if we have the time and the money to do so. And I think that's been a negative behavioural shift, and something that we're trying to address with repositioning the arts now as a health behaviour.
I think that's actually the perfect place to stop and to thank you so much for, I feel like I'm talking to a screen here. There you are. So much for what you've given us today. I think it's just been so deep, and we thought maybe we wouldn't have that many questions, but as you see, the audience has been totally captivated by what you said. I am wondering if we can have slides or some information. There's just so much. Is there some way that...
I will be happy to share slides. I'll send them over now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was a happy response, and thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day in England, and we just cannot thank you enough for what you've done for us today. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
So again, a big thanks to Daisy, and also for our facilitators, Francois and Jennifer. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so feel free to get up, stretch a bit, bio break, take in the art. We have some amazing art all over, and of course, refresh yourself at the breakfast table.
Hello. For those who are presenting in the research panel, I'd like to invite you to come up so that we can get ready to start right at 10:30. Thanks. calling Serena Eisenberg to the front of the room. Serena Eisenberg, please. We're going to get started with the research panel. If everybody can take a seat, and we'll be going. We're going to go up on stage, I think. Yeah. Welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to get some nutrition and relieve yourselves, talk a little bit. I've been advised to speak a little closer to the mic, so I hope this is clearer. I will also try and speak a little less presto. This morning, after following that amazing presentation from Daisy Fancourt, we have four researchers from Canada to present their work and their methodology with you to spark more interest about what's happening here and what we can potentially expand on together. So I'm really pleased. I will do a quick intro for all of them together, and then they each get 10 minutes, and then there'll be time for questions after everybody has done their presentation. So our first presenter is Serena Eisenberg, who I came to know on Zoom with the palliative care storytelling project that you're going to hear more about later. She's going to talk about a different research project. She's a chair in mixed methods palliative care research at the Briere Research Institute, with appointments at University of Ottawa, University of Toronto, and the John Hopkins Blomberg School of Public Health, where she also got her PhD in social and behavioral sciences. She's done numerous research projects, many publications, has many awards, and she focuses on mixed method research, looking at access to palliative care for marginalized populations and how to improve access and how to improve quality of care. Our next two researchers are Anna Zumbrandsen, who I've met through the Music and Health Research Institute, where she is assistant director. She's a speech and language pathologist by training and completing her clinical training in France and in Canada at the University of Montreal. In 2015, she got her PhD in biomedical sciences as well, and it dealt with choral singing and the use of melodic therapies for aphasia rehabilitation. And she did further work, postdoctorate work in neurology, looking at non-invasive transcranial stimulation techniques as an adjunct to speech therapy for recovery from strokes and aphasia. She is going to be presenting together with Charlotte Gagnon, who is a mezzo-soprano, a yoga instructor, a multimedia artist, and she's project manager for the Department of Social Action and Education at the Opéra de Montréal. I excuse my unilingual. I really should be doing her intro in French. Some of their presentation will be in French, and some will be in English.
Respirer is an all-new alternative program developed by the Opéra de Montréal in collaboration with the respirologists, the Post-COVID Research Clinic, as well as COPD. So they'll be talking about that and other research. And then, last but not least, we have STAM, Hannah Ux, Nicole Halbauer from Health Arts Research Center, and she will be presenting work that she and Sarah Deliu with the Humanities and Health Institute at University of Northern BC have done, and many of you met her last night, so I won't go over her introduction. I want to hand this over, our first presenter, Serena Eisenberg.
Hello. Hi, so I'm going to present from sitting here in this more lounging position. It's great to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. So I'm going to be talking today about an arts-based knowledge translation method that I developed along with some colleagues in Toronto, Kate Wilkes and Karen Aquinen, who are both innovation designers, design researchers. I do want to acknowledge that some of the work I'm presenting is related to the presentation that will be given later today by Kim Kilpatrick and Rachel Gray on the storytelling project, but in the interest of not presenting the same thing twice in different ways, I will save that conversation for their presentation. So I think it's important to kind of just give you a bit more background or who I am, in addition to the lovely introduction that Carol provided. So in addition to being a researcher, I also do art. I do collage, stained glass, as well as watercolor art. And increasingly, art has become very important in my personal life. And as that has evolved, that has encouraged me to merge my artistic interests with my research interests, and that's kind of how this came about. I'm happy to talk a bit more about the evolution of this during the Q&A. So arts-based knowledge translation, in its basic way of explaining it, is essentially taking research and communicating it to diverse audiences through the use of art. So Dr. Fancourt's presentation today was really focusing a lot on the way in which art can benefit health outcomes. What the work I'm going to talk about today in the next 10 minutes is how we can use art to communicate research findings and then use the findings from that art presentation to inform future research. And so arts-based knowledge translation extends our reach beyond the typical audiences that we have in health services research, being academic medical journals that are often behind paywalls and academic medical conferences. So this way we reach broader audiences in different venues. It's also really important for accessibility means, communicating research in different ways to people with different needs, and stimulating the senses, evoking emotions. And a real key interest for me is how can we take the research findings and the arts to influence clinical practice change as well as health policy change. So this is the research to public feedback loop that myself, Karen, Kate, as well as some others developed a couple years ago. And this is published in Design for Health, and I'm happy to share that publication with anyone who is interested. But essentially, we start with research outputs, and then we work with designers and artists to determine how those research outputs can be communicated in effective ways to diverse audiences. And with that artistic output, we have a participatory component that collects information from viewers of the art or design. And then we take those outputs and study them and use that to inform ongoing research. So it really is an ongoing feedback loop. The work that we've been doing with Kim Kilpatrick and Rachel Gray is more starting with the art and then studying in research. So the directionality is a little different, but it's certainly related to this overall framework. So my research is in palliative and end-of-life care. So what I'm going to be presenting is design and art related to that topic. This was an installation that we did in 2020, January 2020, at the Design TO Festival. It has since been exhibited in Montreal as well, at the McGill International Palliative Care Congress. Ooh. So this is the team and acknowledgement of the funding that we received and the work that we did together. So really briefly, the research that we found from a variety of methods that I won't go into was essentially that hospital to home transitions at the end of life are complex. Most people want to go home at the end of life to die. It's difficult to achieve that. And when we are at home at the end of life, there's a medicalization of the home that occurs with the bringing in of hospital beds, equipment, staff, clinicians, and it really changes the home environment. So what we did is various processes to come at the final design idea. And so you can see kind of how we landed on the Going Home to Die exhibit. Essentially what it was the representation of the home and the hospital in one place. And the participatory component was inviting people to share their wishes or worries for going home to die. And those are the little cards that you can see hanging by the colored string. We then analyzed over 100 cards that we received from viewers of the exhibit over 2 weeks. And these are the core themes that emerged from it. And we then took these core themes and informed for future co-design of an intervention to improve the hospital to home transition. So that's just one example of how we did it. The next installation that we did happened last year in collaboration with a variety of individuals, and it was called the Terminal Diner. So this is an acknowledgement of the funders as well as the team that we worked with. Ooh. So the research here was really about the notion of we all think that we have preferences for how the end-of-life care will unfold. Realistically, we don't have agency and control over how these things happen. And our research on continuity of care at the end of life found that people are often receiving care in spaces and places that don't align with what their stated preferences are. So we wanted to raise awareness about that delta and also collect from people what their menus or preferences were for end-of-life care. So this is, again, the process of how we came up with the concept, and I'm happy to go into more detail. This slide summarizes months of meetings and work. So eventually we landed on this notion of a diner, and you place your order for what you want your end-of-life preferences to be. There were 3 questions. What was the main doctor you wanted to provide care? Where did you want to receive care? And where did you want to die? And any additional customizations for your order. You could fill in a menu from your own perspective of your preferences, or you could fill in a review based on someone in your life's experience with their end-of-life journey. We have exhibited in multiple places across Ontario and Quebec, including here in Ottawa at the Ottawa School of Art, as well as at Briere St. Vincent Hospital, and we will be exhibiting in May at the Regional Academic Day of the Champlain Hospice Palliative Care Association. So this is how we synthesize the findings. I'm not going to go into depth about this, but essentially there's a delta between what people indicated their preferences were for themselves and what they reported as reviews of others' experiences, as well as the differential between what we found in the population level research and what we found in the menus. So this then led to subsequent qualitative interviews with patients and caregivers about their experiences. So I want to close off with some lessons learned from what I've done in this space, along with many others that I've collaborated with. So essentially, when designing such installations, it's important to think about logistics. How long is it going to take you to set it up and disassemble it? Are you traveling across the country with it? How much does it cost to ship? Do you need like white glove service to transport it, or can you just rent a U-Haul and do it yourself? Start earlier than you think. And initiate copyright conversations early with artists. That's a really important lesson learned. You're creating art together. What happens when the art is then potentially sold for a profit and you're part of the team that has secured the funds for that work? Be clear on contracts, and really, really importantly, if you think you might want to do arts-based knowledge translation, have your participants consent to the possibility of their data being used for arts-based knowledge translation. In my world, where many of my participants die shortly thereafter participating, you can't go back and get consent. And just finally, practical tips, and happy to answer questions. Thank you.
and on to Anna and Charlotte.
Alors, bonjour à vous. Je suis ravie d'être ici aujourd'hui. J'ai le plaisir aujourd'hui d'être accompagnée de Anna Tumbansen, que je vais présenter dans un instant pour vous parler de 2 programmes que nous avons menés à l'Opéra de Montréal en partenariat avec l'Institut de recherche en musique et santé. Donc, les programmes La Voix harmonisée ainsi que le programme Respirer. Je vous présente d'abord Anna, qui est donc professeure et chercheuse à l'Université d'Ottawa, ainsi que co-directrice de l'Institut de recherche en musique et santé. Et de mon côté, j'ai eu ma petite présentation et je complète en vous disant que je suis donc gestionnaire du département d'action sociale et éducation. Donc, j'aurai une partie de ma présentation en français puisque c'est plus simple pour moi et donc pour le temps, c'est beaucoup plus simple pour vous également. Et j'aurai une partie en anglais qui est bien écrite, donc on sauvera du temps de cette façon-là. Je commence d'abord par vous présenter ces 2 projets. Donc, premièrement, le projet La Voix harmonisée, qui est un projet de réhabilitation vocale ou d'harmonisation vocale, comme on dit en français, dirigé vers les femmes trans, qui utilise la technique vocale du chanteur d'opéra pour explorer les options de réhabilitation vocale de ces femmes. Donc, les femmes trans ayant certains enjeux de féminisation, comme on dit parfois en anglais également, donc ce désir d'avoir une sonorité féminine, ce programme-là est pour elles. Et l'aperçu du programme Respirer maintenant, Anna qui jongle avec les slides. Le programme Respirer est un programme qui est dédié à des personnes qui vivent avec des symptômes de COVID longue. Donc, c'est un programme qui a été développé avec l'inspiration du English National Opera qui a créé un programme similaire, le programme Breathe. Et donc, à l'Opéra de Montréal, on s'est dit, tiens, même principe. Donc, la technique respiratoire du chanteur d'opéra peut peut-être venir soulager certains symptômes. Donc, je vous parle rapidement du département d'action sociale et d'éducation à l'Opéra de Montréal. Donc, on a fondé le département en 2018. C'est Pierre Vachon, le directeur, qui a créé ce département dans le but justement d'aller à la rencontre des communautés entourant l'Opéra de Montréal. On avait déjà un lien avec les écoles, bien entendu, mais il y avait un désir très, très fort de se lier à des communautés plus marginalisées, notamment des personnes qui vivent avec des problèmes de santé mentale, entre autres, des problèmes, comme vous le voyez, d'autres enjeux de santé. Et c'est la première fois avec ces 2 programmes que nous avons vraiment développé une initiative qui est sur la base de la technique vocale du chanteur d'opéra dans des buts de réhabilitation. Donc, c'est vraiment très précis en ce sens-là. Donc, j'entre dans la partie anglophone. So, c'est la deuxième. So why studying the effect of opera singing workshops for transgender women? So just to give you an overview in terms of the time frame, the programs were already developed by the Opéra de Montréal when the wonderful Anna Tumbansen came into contact with us and said, we must research this. And we said, of course, yes. So there are 30,000 transgender women in Canada. And unlike hormone treatments for transgender men, hormone treatments for transgender women have absolutely no impact on the voice. So through their process of gender affirmation, the woman can transform many, many things, but this is the only thing that they will never truly have a chirurgical transformation possible. So the voice generally remains, as we will say, and in big quotations, masculine. This is an issue because of a problem of vocal identity with one's gender, and it can have a major influence on the psychosocial functioning of these people, which leads to more isolation. Thank you. Speech therapy is one way to help harmonize the voice with the gender, but there aren't enough services in speech therapy. So as it happens, when we sing, we play a vocal instrument, and this is why we developed this idea that singing or opera singing, for its resonance principle, we become our own speaker, can perhaps help vocal harmonization. In the case of Respirer, why is it important to study the Respirer program? So
to sing, you must know how to control your breathing. I'm not teaching anything today, but this is a major component of opera singing specifically because of the projection that we must have. So we become masters of breathing. So there are very few scientific studies that have been conducted on the changes associated with singing workshops on lung function. So in the meantime, respiratory disorders affect more than 3 million Canadian adults with impacts on quality of life, economic commitment, and social isolation. Oh la la. So I will finish very shortly to tell you that what happens in those workshops very quickly. It lasts 50 minutes. La voix harmonisée is in presence, respirer is in online. Thank you. We introduce each other for the first 10 minutes, then we have yoga or physical warm-up, then we have a vocal warm-up, then we sing arias, and then we circle back. Thank you very much. I will lead this with Anna.
So you already had the time to see the methodology. No. So the important thing is that the research question what are the effects of these programs on health and well-being. So I propose the methodological approach that can really answer this question, that is a randomized controlled trial. I will just, we have two kind of measures we did. We measured in orange the real answer to the question, and in blue it was secondary analysis to see in average what was the change from before to after one single session, but on average. And what we can see is that for both la voix harmonisée and for respirer, there was improvement in mood and participants had more energy and less tension after sessions. This is good. This is in line with what we see in the literature. And for the primary analysis of our study, what we found is that for both programs, we found a trend to be confirmed towards a beneficial effect on psychological distress and mental health related quality of life. And we found a significant effect on group cohesion, but only for Respirer program. So that can be a discussion. We also had some specific measures for each programs. As you can see in La Voix Harmonisée, there was a trend of a positive effect on the vocal handicap index for transgender women. And in Respirer, there was a similar trend for sensation of breathlessness. We also had some qualitative evaluations and feedback. So what we found is that the majority of trans women reported that they discovered vocal possibilities. They felt they had better control over their voice, and they had a better understanding of the resonance of their voice. And in Respirer, in green, you can see that they understood their breathing better, they breathed better and more deeply, and they saw an improvement in their respiratory symptoms. So, given these encouraging results, you see it's mostly trends. What we want to do is to redo the study, to add more participants to the study. So we have a second wave of the study that will be going on in 2025. And this is why on your tables, you can see this slide that I printed because we have a QR code here. So if you know anybody who would be interested in participating in Respirer or La Voix Harmonisée, please scan this QR code, give them, take a picture, whatever. We want to have more participants. Thank you.
Bravo et merci, Serena and Charlotte. On to Nicole.
Hamasa, Hechstam Hanach Dewayu, Kitsum Kalam, Di Wilwatgu, Gunhara, Pateagu, Wapskom, Lu Amgorum, Dimulitsum. Hello everyone, my name is Nicole Halbauer. I'm from Kitsum Kalam, Gunhara clan, from the House of Gom. That's in British Columbia, in what is colonially known as Terrace, up by Prince Rupert and Kitimat. My Smalich name is Achstam Hanach, which means victorious woman. And I am one of the research managers at Health Arts Research Centre, which is embedded in the Northern Medical Program at University of Northern British Columbia. I work with an amazing team to develop a website of 30 pieces of curriculum that are based in art and created by people with lived experience within our healthcare system across the country. There are about 30 pieces of curriculum, 29 of which are from Canada, one of which is from Massachusetts. That one is on trans youth healthcare and uses poetry to discuss a lot of the healthcare issues around trans youth. We often get confused with an Indigenous project, Indigenous only. We are not, actually. Less than half of our projects are about Indigenous issues. We do have, my uncle has one on there that is about his experience with residential schools. And it's really actually well done. He talks about things that the rest of our family didn't have any understanding of. But the purpose of our website is to help people understand their internal biases when they're meeting with anybody, really. It's meant for healthcare providers, but I tell everyone to go on there. They'll find something that they need in their daily life. I often talk about how I feel cultural competency and cultural safety training as a Tsimshian Indigenous woman is very extractive to myself, my people, our experiences. And so this project, I came on board because I felt it was really internal. It's what are your internal biases as a person? And how is that affecting the care that you are providing for others in your space? And how is it impacting the work that you do in community? So we have an amazing team that brought together this wonderful website. Is this one where I put? And so we're going to talk a little bit about that as quickly as possible, but I want to get onto the video because it kind of really sums that up. I might stop it halfway through.
Patients face many biases in the healthcare system. Thankfully, new pathways weaving together art and medicine offer signs of hope. Recent years have seen a shift in healthcare. Focus is moving from treating disease to treating the whole person without bias. This shift has brought to light socioeconomic, personal, and environmental factors of health. These factors, along with social inequalities, weave together and influence a person's well-being. Evidence shows that for many people, including healthcare providers, healthcare isn't healthy or caring. This is especially true for those of us who aren't straight, white, cisgendered, male, wealthy, living in big cities, or able-bodied. Many healthcare learners and professionals face burnout, exhaustion, and stress resulting from systems that don't accommodate our needs. So what can we do about it? Healing the healthcare system requires a continued shift toward holistic health practices. Practices like those found in health and medical humanities, a growing interdisciplinary field that weaves together arts and creativity with health sciences and medicine. Since 2008, the Health Arts Research Centre, or HeARTC, has been using arts to facilitate anti-oppressive work within healthcare. By deepening our understanding of others, HeARTC maintains that art has the power to transform the hearts and minds of anyone in the healthcare system, from patients to practitioners, students to administrators. Hearing and sharing stories illuminate biases, which offers individuals the power to change. Stories and art are sources of strength, innovation, and potential. Art and stories offer new, anti-oppressive, anti-colonial ways of thinking and being. They offer threads for learning and understanding the whole person. For health professionals, the result can be new perspectives that improve practice and patient health outcomes. The HeARTcare Project is a way to explore ourselves and our world and to learn how working just a bit differently can provide a big benefit. Strands of learning from the HeARTcare Project intersect and weave a pathway and experience unique to each individual. If you want to help the healthcare system shift its focus onto people, start here.
So, thank you. I'm going to talk really fast, which is now, but this is going to be uncomfortable because that's against my culture. But this is part of the amazing team. You can see Michelle Roberge and I. This is our launch. Dr. DeLeo, who she was the one who said, Nicole, if I give you the money and leave you alone, will you do this? And I was like, I'm kind of retired and I don't really want to work anymore. And she's like, I promise I won't do that crap that gets done to you where you're asked to decolonize somewhere and then someone's always standing over your shoulder. And I'm like, are you sure? Because and she didn't. To her credit, she gave me the money, told me what she wanted, and she left me alone for 2 years. So I'm eternally grateful to her. And then because this was rooted in relationship, that was part of my decolonizing the process, is I got to know every single person that submitted, and we kind of went on a life journey. There are curriculum here from people living in the downtown east side, surviving opioid crisis, all of it. And it's really, I'm getting chills, but it was really rooted in relationship and trust, which was, our system had problems with that. So the other two amazing ladies here, Lisa Monroe and Lisa Striegler, they took a huge part of the administrative burden so that Michelle and I could work with people submitting their projects, their lived experience. This was an emotional journey. They took the administrative piece and dealt with all of that. And when we had delays or we had changes or adaptations, that part of the team that worked within the colonial structure kept us going and moving, but allowed us to have grace for our submitters. So we talked about bias. I'm running out of time, so I think I'm just gonna rush through here. My daughter has a project on here about what it was like to go to emergency room with myself versus her white father, who knows nothing. Not to disparage him, but I'm talking really quickly, not choosing my words very well. But because she saw at a very young age, she would get treated differently if she was with him, even though he couldn't remember anything he was told. She chose to go with him, and until this project, I did not know why she had done that. Okay, 2 minutes. And so we talk about, why does art matter? I think this morning we got a really good grasp of that. It really is important. I talked about that last night too. So the website used a lot of my experience in my culture. So you'll see the difference between the colonial construct here, where we're trying to show the intersectionality of each of the projects. And my whole thing was, I made this basket, and every piece of cedar is perfect on its own. Cedar makes the strongest rope you're ever gonna find. It doesn't rot, it's fantastic. We've used it for millennia. And cedar, woven together with other pieces of cedar, creates something that is useful for all of us and lasts. And so this basket represents, for our team, the anti-colonial work that we're doing and how we all are working together to do it. And it's unfinished. It's unfinished because we all have this work to do, and it's all of this anti-colonial to get us to a space, to a Canada that's more inclusive and diverse, and create space for everybody, regardless of what part of society or what labels we put on people. So anyway, check it out. You can see there are different environmental racism, substance use stigmas, cognitive bias, capitalism. And every one of them you can use in a classroom, you can use on your own, you can use in any way that you feel. I have some people using them in the boardroom. I always think this is a great place for it, is in the boardroom. And I can't say enough great things. This is this is one of the projects by future Dr. Vanessa Mitchell, and she talks about her culture and the importance of using the kitchen table as your PhD. Our elders are our PhD holders. And these are our funders. Thank you so much for the money if you're in the room. Thank you.
Wow. Can I just say, you all rose to the challenge of the 10-minute limit with grace and agility. And I want to just do a quick acknowledgement, which I neglected to do at the opening this morning, and it partly to explain why we put you under such pressure.
We had a wonderful advisory committee for this symposium, and their directive after we got the submissions that many of you sent was, well, we have to include all of them. And several of us had been at different research presentations where there were these rapid fire, and we actually appreciated getting that breadth. We do acknowledge we're not getting the depth, but I love that a lot of you have, you can go to this website for more information and we can ask questions. I just want to acknowledge the advisory committee in addition to the people at the Ottawa Art Gallery, Alexandra, Michael, Haley, myself. We have Kim Kilpatrick, who many of you know already, Gilles Comeau from the Music and Health Research Institute, Jennifer Toby and Francois Auclair, who got us our wonderful keynote speaker this morning, Simon Brascoup, who you will hear summarize really at the end of today. He couldn't be here today, unfortunately, but he's a huge advocate. Sarah DeLeu, and her I met initially at the Creating Spaces Canadian Arts Association for Health and Humanities has an annual event. And I just knew that we had to have them here, and I'm so glad that she and Nicole were able to be here. Tracy Moniz, who's current president for the Canadian Association for Health and Humanity, and Charlotte Cumberbirch, SAMS Quebec. Are you here, Charlotte? Yes, yes. Connected with Concerts in Care, they really have a national network. And SAMS has been here for longer than most of us. Stephanie Nedro, who you've all met too. So thank you so much to the advisory committee, and you can blame them for the rush. Now, can we please, any questions? I want to throw it to the floor. We have a few minutes.
Anna, what is the direct link between singing and healing? And do you have any examples of that?
Oh, there are a lot of links between singing and healing. If I can talk from I was trained as a speech and language therapist. And so if I can give you an example of that, is that you use the same vocal apparatus to sing and to speak. So, and that already, for example, let's say I also will give another concrete example. In people with Parkinson's disease, for example, they have what we call dysarthria. So it's a motor disorder of speech. So they know what they want to say, but it's difficult to organize the articulators, motor, to put out the words. So by singing, you would train in a fun way the vocal apparatus to work out your vocal apparatus to pronounce words and to use it in a good way, in a controlled way, so it would have an impact on the speech. So that is just one example that I can give you. Of course, we talked about other examples more on the mental health aspect. Yeah. Breathing helps control emotions, control stress, etc. So these are two tiny examples. I could talk about this the whole day.
That's okay. Thank you.
And we've got more questions here.
Mine was just a very quick question. So is the program, you said the Breathe program is online, it's offered virtually. Is it open to people in multi-languages like English as well as French?
For now, we are offering only a French version. However, it would depend on how we recruit the participants. So if there's a high level of English speakers, perhaps it would be an opportunity to lead an English program. As of now, for the research, as I am leading the program, for now it is in French, at least for 2025. But let's see what's coming for us.
I suggest if you know people interested, they could scan the QR code, they can fill the form. It's just to have their contact, and in the comment box they can say, I don't know if I am eligible because I'm Anglophone, blah, 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 and we will communicate with the person. Yeah, so don't hesitate to use this. Yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions? We have one over here.
Not so much a question, it's more of a statement. I'm Jeff, I'm from Thunder Bay. I put the G in LGBT. Knowing where to find these people, have you tried to reach out to like a pride group in each city? And I feel like that would be a good place to recruit participants.
Yes, we have actually. When we did the pilot project, that was in 2023. When we did the pilot project for the trans women, we actually had a lot to learn about transgender women. I am not a trans woman, so and I didn't have anyone in my close community, so we reached out to the Association des Trans du Québec, and they were the one who, well, I hate to say it, but educated us a lot on what their experience is, and we were able to collaborate together to really build a program that's not only, in terms of rehabilitation that is interesting for them, but also socially, psychologically, that is a warm environment and that was co-built, I guess, with them and with their knowledge. So, yeah.
Hi, thank you all for your talks. I have a question for Nicole at the end. That program is just so rich and beautiful. Is there any talk of expanding that beyond your location?
Oh, you can go on the website right now and do, it's all open source, free. It's accessible for everybody. And all of the activities, the way it is every curriculum has you, the learner, creating something. The cooking show is 3 generations of Filipina healthcare workers, and they have an entire cooking show. And they give you the ingredient list, and they talk about what it was like to come as a new immigrant, as a second generation within our healthcare system, and then the granddaughter who's now a kinesiologist, and their different progressions and what their experiences in the healthcare system are. The poetry is all very accessible. Sacred Arts is a two-spirit program where they talk about what sacred painting is within their culture. And you have a list of supplies, and you are walked through the journey and the value of sacred painting. It's all open source, it's completely accessible. And we want you to go there, and we want you to use it, and we want it to go viral because people have put their heart and soul into it, their lived experience. They are authentically, the hardest part of this program is convincing people who are recovered, unhoused people that their story was valuable enough for people like you, people with PhDs, people in the healthcare, people of a higher socioeconomic status, convincing them that their stories were valid and that you wanted to hear them and you wanted to learn. And so we encourage everyone to go there. I know it says it's focused on healthcare, but I believe, because I know each of the contributors so personally now, I believe that their stories have something for everybody.
One more question.
Hi there. Thank you very much to all the presenters. I found all of your presentations really interesting and really worthwhile, so thank you for that. I do have a question for Nicole. About 100 years ago, I worked for the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons, and I mean, I have enormous respect for medical professionals, but realized how inflexible in many respects medical training is. So given the depth of your website and how important it is to ground experience in medical training in lived experience of people with various conditions, but also the systemic racism against Indigenous and BIPOC people across Canada, not just in BC, but across Canada, and there are many tragic examples of that. Has there been an uptake amongst medical faculties of education for your work? I sincerely hope that there has been because of the report that came out a few years ago in BC, but as I said, those forms of systemic racism exist across all healthcare systems.
Oh, they sure do. The report she's referring to, I'm assuming, is In Plain Sight, which actually originated in the emergency room that my daughter has her project on in here. We've only launched the website in August. So if you are a member of a medical faculty or school, go use it, incorporate it, and let us know. We took out the slide for time's sake on the feedback that we were receiving. A Vancouver Island group school is using it in nursing. So far, that's the only real solid one that we've had in the medical field. I don't know how it is here, but around September 30th, as a residential school survivor, I get a lot of questions from school-age children because their curriculum has this piece on go ask a residential school survivor these questions, and they're so insensitive that if I were an elder and had spent my entire youth in a residential school, these would be triggering and painful. And so one of the biggest things is I give this to teachers. This September, I gave it to them and I said, I don't want any of your students calling any of my elders until you've done this. Don't show them Indian horse in the classroom. Don't talk about trauma porn about my people. Go to this website and learn from, actual experiences. Don't come and ask me what my religion was before colonization, like these things. So I tell elementary school teachers, like, before you go teaching on September 30th and everyone's wearing their orange shirt, take a look at a couple of these, because you're really sending people out doing harm. Children, you're sending children out to reestablish harm in our community, and you're not providing anything to the elders that you're harming. So there's all sorts of things on there. I mean, we have the Canadian Association for Nurses, the Canadian Association of Nurses for the Environment. Oh, the slide's not up there. I don't know why I keep looking back there. Has a piece on here on environmental racism. Like, this is broad. If you can think of a colonial construct, we have something for it.
Thank you. And thank you for that resource. And I encourage everybody to check it out, myself included. Thank you to Nicole and Charlotte and Anna and Serena. Your presentations were wonderful and diverse. And I think, again, let's build on our diversity. We now need to clear the, thank you so much. Let's a round of applause for these four. And I'd like to invite Alex Maltby to come up. He's hosting the next rapid fire session. And just in case everybody, I want Sean Dallaire, Zarina Lalo, Eileen Leo, Patrick Jaudoin, and Melissa Bridle, Olivia Lorenco, and if I'm murdering any names, my apologies, Olivia Onuk, Amy McSheffrey, and Karen Balcom, if you can come on up. Thank you.
Should I do? Okay, I won't take too long. To introduce myself, my name is Alex Maltby. I'm the program manager at Arts Network Ottawa. We are soon to be called Arts Ottawa as we merge with the Ottawa Arts Council this coming year. Nevertheless, we are, yes, thank you. We're an arts service organization, and we're committed to building the capacity of our local creative community and the artists that function within it. And so, as you can imagine, our work hinges really heavily on the relationality and the intersectionality between arts sectors and non-arts sectors. And as you all know, the mutual benefit that emerges when these are effectively integrated. So the purpose of this session is to have 7 presenters speak for 5 glockenspiel regulated minutes. And again, there's no formal Q&A for this. So in lieu of a Q&A, just please remember who you would like to connect with later. Find them and interrupt them while they're trying to eat their lunch with your questions later. So first, I'd like to introduce Sean Dallaire, who is representing the Ottawa Hospital On-Track program. Sean is a certified therapeutic recreation specialist with the Ottawa Hospital, specializing in first episode psychosis and acquired brain injury, and is a certified art therapy practitioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to announce my co-presenters, Stephanie McHugh, who is the occupational therapist with the First Episode Psychosis program, and Margaret Meg Rowett, who is a recreation therapist with the Acquired Brain Injury program, who formerly worked with the First Episode Psychosis program. Do you have the slide? Oh, perfect. So this is a brief overview, and for time's sake, I'm not going to go over it because we're going to go over all of that anyways.
So I'd just like to take a minute just to introduce what On Track is. So we are a voluntary rehabilitative program that provides care for people aged 16 to 35 who are experiencing symptoms of psychosis or early psychotic illness. We work with clients and their families. We provide diagnostic clarification and recommendations, mental health assessment and treatment, case management, family and client education, and support to both our families and our clients. We work according to a recovery model. Our goals of treatment are remission of symptoms, community reintegration, and relapse prevention. And we promote an individualized care plan for our clients, and they may be followed up to 3 years with our program. One of the services provided at On Track includes recreation therapy, which is part of a multidisciplinary team. And we have a recreation therapy 2 days per week. The core focus of this program is on promoting a healthy lifestyle, building self-esteem and self-confidence, facilitating social interaction, and supporting community reintegration. Art therapy and art activities have been a component of one of our recreation therapy groups, and this includes a bi-monthly workshop here at the Ottawa Art Gallery.
Alrighty, so looking at just art therapy with people experiencing psychosis and schizophrenia, art therapy is a really good way to be grounded, to develop good coping and healthy coping mechanisms, finding a form of self-expression, whether that's verbal self-expression, nonverbal expression, whatever it may be. This gives them an opportunity, let me just see, and we can also see improved social functioning and connection to themselves and the other people around by sharing their art.
I'd just like to go over some of the barriers related to participation in programming for our clients. So we often see these for our clients on a regular basis. So lack of finance is a significant barrier, lack of self-confidence and self-esteem, executive dysfunction, so issues with planning, problem solving, scheduling, time management, social isolation, lack of knowledge about community resources, and lack of accessible resources is a significant barrier.
So part of what we hope to do with this quality improvement objective was to see whether something like this was feasible, because as you've seen from the research and the background and everything like that, art therapy can be a core component of recovery within schizophrenia and psychosis, but that doesn't necessarily mean people are going to show up for programming and so forth. So we wanted to see whether it was feasible, what the impact was, whether we could advocate for more of it within our program, and also look at the current characteristics that we have within our art programs to make them as successful as possible based on quality improvement within the things that we're already doing.
So looking at the methodology of our program was designed as a 6-week in-person art therapy program. It was drop-in, it was show up if you want, leave when you're done kind of thing, just very casual, informal. Each session we looked at using different art modalities, including clay, friendship beads, paint, just to provide different exposure to various different art modalities. Each session we also looked at including a different theme, whether that was emotional expression, mindfulness, healthy coping mechanisms, building self-confidence, and all the other benefits I've already discussed. So our findings, we had a total of 41 clients come to all 6 sessions, so that includes people who came more than once. Just in terms of time's sake, we had an average rating of 9.25 out of 10 for the quality of the program, so I think that's pretty good, I'd say. We had a lot of themes of appreciation for having the opportunity to try different art modalities, the opportunity to be creative, the opportunity that they haven't necessarily been offered before based on the barriers that we previously discussed. And based on the overwhelming positive feedback, we think that this supports the need for a full-time art therapy program at On Track.
In the sake of time, there were a lot of different themes that happened. They basically said that they loved it. We noticed that there was a lot of people that we were not reaching with some of our other programs other than art therapy, and that there was a lot of different benefits that they discussed. We found that we're still finding that there's participants that are not engaging in other programs other than art, and the people we haven't seen since we've stopped doing this art therapy program. These are some of the feedbacks that we have from clients.
Oh, yeah. So just looking at future considerations, I think you can see kind of by the data and how positive and successful the feedback was, that we think that this would be a very good program to implement permanently at On Track, just to catch the people that are interested in art and don't have the opportunity, and to in conjunction with their recovery. Yeah.
We'd like to extend a big thank you to the Ottawa Art Gallery for this symposium, as well as our workshops in general. It really speaks to our clientele, both within the First Episode Psychosis program and the other programs that I work in, that some of the biggest barriers, as we discussed, are finances, inclusivity, accessibility, things like that. And we found through our workshops here that those barriers are really broken down, and we couldn't be happier with the partnership that we have with them. So thank you very much for having us.
Okay, rapid fire. Next up, we have Zarina Lello of the City of Ottawa Museums. Zarina is an exhibition development and research officer for the City of Ottawa Museums and Historic Sites.
I have to read my notes. I'm sorry, otherwise I won't stay on track. So maybe I'll get started even though my slides aren't here. But I am here to talk about an exhibition that we presented earlier this year at Schenkman Art Center called Community Healers, Portraits and Practices, which you'll see in a second. But this project highlighted a few individuals and groups in local history who provided healing, relief, and medicines to their communities. And by connecting artifacts from our collection and works by contemporary artists, as well as local stories, we explored how healing traditions shape collective identity, resilience, and care across time. And normally I'd be switching my slide here. Should I press the button? Oh, that's why. Okay. Sorry about that. Am I going the wrong way? No, I'm losing time here. All right, so here's the exhibition. So Community Healers began with an artifact. It's this rare late 19th century medicine wagon from the Dr. James Ferguson family of Cumberland. Now, it's an object that represents a time when rural families relied on a singular, and sometimes if they're lucky, traveling doctor who would deliver care to those who were far from urban medical centers. But this artifact inspired us to really look deeper at broader themes of community-based healing and storytelling, and we wanted to explore other local communities who similarly relied on diverse forms of medical support through Ottawa's history. But this was a challenge. Our collections are predominantly focused on colonial white settler histories, and there's little support to reflect on Indigenous or immigrant perspectives. So this gap highlighted a need for outreach and collaboration to build a more inclusive picture of Ottawa's diverse communities, their struggles, and their healing practices. So we reached out to cultural organizations, academic institutions, local artists, historians, community businesses, and individuals. And these efforts really brought forward these new stories that deepened our understanding of how healing practices were shared and experienced. So alongside artifacts, we were able to include objects and images and artworks that really show the multifaceted impacts of these practices, connecting things like natural sciences, cultural heritage, economics, social contexts. These layered, interconnected themes were really shown to continue to influence modern perspectives on health and community care, at least as we could see through contemporary art. So I'm just going to show a quick example here. I'm going to compare two features from the exhibition, the top here of Lemira Dow Billings and the bottom of the work of artist Cindy Stelmakovich. So Lemira is a pretty prominent settler pioneer in the Billings area. She was well known as a community healer. She would use cultivated plants from her garden and knowledge that was passed down or received from her rather extensive collection of books to create home remedies for her neighbors and her family. And in an era of limited healthcare, her work and that of women in similar circumstances was really essential to helping survivors, help settlers survive in the harsh conditions of pioneer life. Stomakovich, by contrast, is using books in a very different way, in a more artistic way of exploring healing. So she's creating these experimental sculptures that examine the historical and material understanding of the body and its relation to nature. In one case, she's reconstructing these structures, limb-like structures with medical texts, and she's binding them with gauze and sphagnum moss, which was a common wartime substitute for bandages. So her work is reflecting on historical medical knowledge as well, and honoring the invisible labor of the women who often cared for the injured in resource-scarce environments. So together, Billings and Stomakovich are creating this continuum of healing that blends knowledge, nature, and community care. This exhibit also looked at expanding the concept of healing beyond the physical to also address communal acts of emotional and spiritual needs. So one example is Sue Wong, who's a member of Ottawa's Finding Chinese Canadian Families, and his grocery store on Albert Street was a vital hub for Chinese immigrants during a time of discriminatory policies. So he not only provided supplies and traditional Chinese herbal medicines, but he created a connection to home for isolated families. And then decades later, we have Don Kwan reflecting on this legacy with remnants of time, contrasting Western and Chinese medicines, so that the vessels really are showcasing more than just medicine, but rather memory and family and resilience of heritage. And then finally, I just wanted to address that community healers highlighted the role of artists as heritage keepers or stewards of cultural practice, both for their connection to lived experience and their ancestral knowledge. So pictured here, we have Barry Ace with his work, Shaman's Medicine Lodge, which uses traditional motifs and imagery from indigenous healing rituals with technological equipment. So he's creating this parallel and connection between the past and the present, showing that indigenous healing practices are not a thing of the past, but still very much alive, evolving today. So, whoops, there goes my conclusion. So, community healers, thank you. Anyway, we're looking for more opportunities for collaboration over time, and by using the museum exhibit as a platform for encouraging healing, we aim to not only share these types of stories, but also acknowledge the many ways communities have and continue to support one another. Thank you.
Next, we have Eileen Leo of the Ottawa Mission. Eileen works as the Director of Communications for the Ottawa Mission and is also a practicing artist.
Thank you, everybody, and I'm delighted to be here today. The Ottawa Art Gallery is a wonderful partner of the Ottawa Mission and Radical Connections. I'm a huge fan of Radical Connections. They do great work to support people in care. So let's make sure I'm going the right way, because I'm terrified of the glockenspiel and don't want to go over my time. So this is our new art program. So I'll just go through these images very quickly. We have a long history of art making with our clients at the Ottawa Mission. In the late 1990s, our friend Joanne Oosterman, who was an outreach worker and AIDS counselor at the time, coordinated an art group for the mission, at the mission for people who were homeless or at risk of homelessness. She became friends with a fellow by the name of Tom Hogan, who was an Anishinaabe artist who had chronic homelessness, who lived at the Shepherds of Good Hope and actually died in our hospice 10 years later in 2014. His painting at the bottom left-hand corner, it's a beautiful work of art, and we're very proud to have it in our hospice. We're very lucky to have it in our hospice. The photo directly above Tom's beautiful painting is of our hospice client, Anne, who knew Tom very well. She has been a client of the mission in various instances for a long time. She's also a practicing artist, and that was taken during her vernissage at Chez Lucien in the market. We're also very proud and very lucky to have several of her beautiful paintings in our hospice. We have many artworks by hospice clients in our hospice and throughout our mission. Prior to the pandemic, the Ottawa Art Gallery came to us with Alexis Boyle to help clients do guided art activities in our dining room. That wasn't possible during the pandemic, very sadly, but we have actually had volunteers come into our hospice to reignite that. The gentleman in the middle there at the top, his name was Stewie. He engaged in regular art practice in our hospice until he died last year. In 2021-22, we partnered with the Ottawa Art Gallery. Thank you again, Alexis, and also the wonderful artist Karen Bailey to put on the Portraits of the Ottawa Mission exhibition. A part of it was here in this hall and then down at the Sky Lounge around the corner. We're very proud of that, and that's probably my favorite project since I've worked at the Ottawa Mission in the 7 years I've worked here. So you can see Karen with two of her paintings with her subjects included, and then the painting on the right-hand side is of our longtime hospice worker, Mariam. And at the bottom of this corner here is a wonderful tapestry piece, which we're very proud to have hanging in our mission by the Inuit artist Normi Akumiak. I always want to make sure I pronounce his name correctly out of respect. So we're very proud of the fact that we're going to be collaborating with the Ottawa Art Gallery next year to host an exhibition of Normi's work here. So moving on to what we're doing in the future, I'm very pleased to announce that we're going to be having a new art program for clients starting next year. The gentleman on the left, his name is John. He has been in and out of our shelter on a number of occasions seeking various forms of support. The glockenspiel is rolling. So John is a wonderful artist and a musician. He is extremely talented. I first met him when he was in the middle tier of our addiction and trauma services program called Stabilization. He did that beautiful drawing of a horse. And we commissioned him later to do our Christmas card last year. That is his lovely drawing on the right. So this program will allow artists to have various access to arts materials, to make various forms of art, and hopefully what we want to do eventually, depending on what their desires and needs are, is to take various classes if they wish to do so, and also to provide exhibition opportunities for them. And I really don't want to go over time, so I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Next, we have Melissa Bridle, who is joined by Patrick Jodian. Melissa is the program manager at the Ottawa branch for the Canadian Mental Health Association, Ottawa, and Patrick is the manager of communications and stakeholder relations at the CMHA Ottawa.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. Okay. We're here from the Ottawa branch of the Canadian Mental Health Association, also known as CMHA Ottawa. We have the honor today and privilege of telling you about our mural project. Thank you, Melissa, for the save. About our mural project, completed last year and currently on display at our client space at our building in Vanier. Okay, this is us. At CMHA Ottawa, we provide community-based programs and services for individuals in the Ottawa area experiencing severe and persistent mental illness and/or substance use disorder, many of whom are experiencing chronic homelessness. We primarily provide case management and outreach services, including housing outreach, court outreach, hospital outreach. We're one of the largest providers of the Housing First model for ending homelessness, and conduct several research and evaluation projects that contribute to our sector and improve the services, our services on an ongoing basis.
So in 2022 and 2023, our branch created 3 murals for the client space in our building at 311 MacArthur Avenue in Vanier. We did so in collaboration with Ottawa-based community arts organization MASK, which there is somebody here from in the back. The murals were inspired by the creativity of our clients and staff and created in collaboration with local artists Jimmy Baptiste and Nicole Belanger. The objective was to reflect the community we serve by bringing people together physically and culturally and form connections that transcend differences.
The result is 3 murals that each represent a different community. The first, the local Indigenous communities. the second local African, Caribbean, and Black ACB communities, and the third local 2S LGBTQIA+ communities. By proudly installing these murals in our client space, we're making it immediately clear that ours is a safer space for all. Peers or persons with lived experience participated in each of these murals alongside staff and the artists. The simple act of equal involvement and autonomy symbolizes the vital role of peer support in a person's recovery from mental illness, substance use disorder, and/or chronic homelessness. So without further ado, the murals. I jumped the gun, sorry.
You're good. So here is our Indigenous mural, created in collaboration with Métis artist Nicole Belanger. I'll share a few words from members of the Indigenous Working Group at CMHA. This mural represents dialogue and a glimpse into the huge Indigenous diversity across Canada and the power of sacred medicine, ceremonies, and culture. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit are each unique, but all have an unwavering commitment to the family and the land. This striking piece, created with mixed media, represents First Peoples and their descendants in Canada. It highlights the reciprocal relationships between humans and the land. Mother Earth stands proudly in the center as she watches over all creations, comforts her descendants, and honors her ancestors. The eagle feathers surround her to remind her of the deep belief of respect, honor, strength, courage, and wisdom.
And now the ACB mural. This piece was created by Jimmy Baptiste along with staff, peers, and some help from local school children in Vanier on a hot August day in 2022. I'll read a few words from our colleague Adrian on behalf of the branch's Committee to Tackle Anti-Black Racism. This piece represents dialogue and a glimpse into the heterogeneity of Black people and people of color in Canada from coast to coast to coast. In the foreground, the piece elicits thoughts of colorfulness, diversity, beauty, healing, trust, hope, and humanity. The background evokes a sense of reconciliation with change through acceptance of Black beauty, Black power, and Black excellence, and by reckoning with pain and suffering stemming from Black people's psychosocial history.
And then lastly, Love Wins. This 2S LGBTQIA+ mural, another mixed media piece that was created by the Gender, Sexuality, and Diversity Committee, allied clients, peers, and staff team, and reflects their lived experiences. This was also created with Nicole Belanger. And together, Patrick and I are proud to share a few words from committee members Jake and Dustin. So a common theme was the importance for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community to be inclusive of all groups that exist within the spectrum. Some clients have felt excluded and discriminated against by those within the community who have more privilege based on their social location. This was especially true for populations that have not received the same level of acceptance as other groups, such as trans, non-binary, and two-spirit people. Our clients felt that it was important to recognize how intersectionality impacts the social locations of different groups. Many of our clients want to live their lives peacefully without being made to feel abnormal. Another common theme was the importance of connection with other members of the same community who personally understand the struggles, issues, and joys associated with a shared sexual orientation or identity.
And so I guess that's our time. You know, we're privileged and honored to read the words of our colleagues. And you know, it could only be the two of us here. So Jake and Dustin had a lot of really compelling things to say. So we won't read the rest of our slides, but if you'd like, you can visit our website, ottawa.cmha.ca, and read Jake and Dustin's words on behalf of the Gender and Sexual Diversity Committee. We're really proud to speak about these murals on their behalf.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks.
Next, I'm going to introduce Olivia Lorenko, who's representing the Roger Nielsen Children's Hospice. Olivia is a recreational therapist at the RNCH, where she's committed to improving the quality of young lives, no matter how short they might be.
Hi, everyone. As they said, my name is Olivia Lorenko, and I'm a recreation therapist here today on the behalf of Roger Nielsen Children's Hospice. Today, I'm going to be briefly talking about how we are supporting the siblings of palliative care children with art. This is through a collaboration between Roger Nielsen Children's Hospice and the OAG. So for those who don't know, Roger Neilson Children's Hospice is one of the only few handful pediatric palliative care centers across Canada. As a hospice, we are committed to enhancing the quality of young lives. We are committed to enhancing difficult journeys and creating enduring legacies. So a little bit about recreation therapy. I know we had some recreation therapists come up earlier today, but I did want to give a little bit of background knowledge on what our profession is. So as recreation therapists, our goal is to enable individuals that we support to achieve quality of life through meaningful interactions in recreation and leisure and in play. We strive to assess all children that come in through our hospice, whether that's in our bereavement and or our palliative care journeys. By assessing their psychosocial responses and needs of children and families. By doing these assessments, we're able to create and implement programming and activities that are tailored to their individual needs as a whole and as a family. We strive to minimize stress and anxiety for these children and youth and their families by, again, implementing these activities that we have created for them. By doing so, we're able to provide essential life experiences and create opportunities to strengthen their self-esteem and independence. So the program where I'm actually going to hear to talk about today is our SIBS program. So as I mentioned, we at the hospice support both palliative care and bereavement. So we offer a children's support group for our palliative care families called SIBS, which stands for Spectacular, Incredible, Brave Siblings, and is a unique program that allows children who have siblings with life-limiting conditions to gather in a space and share and connect with their lived experiences. Oftentimes, these sisters and brothers can often feel invisible as they are suffering in silence, going through the same worries and stresses that their parents are going through the palliative care journey. So some of our goals in our SIBS program is to create a safe and fun environment for these SIBS to receive support, whether that be from the peers or the adults running the program. We aim to increase peer support and decrease the feeling of isolation, so that is through normalization of what they're living and what they're going through as siblings to children with complex needs. We encourage and create activities that are art and drama-based to encourage self-expression and to stimulate discussion amongst themselves. We aim to foster an environment that validates their feelings as children and as siblings. And we aim to create a safe space for those siblings to ask those really difficult questions. Sometimes our children are going through medical procedures and kind of scary times, and it can be quite daunting to ask those big, scary feeling questions. So it's in a way for those siblings to be able to ask to other children who may have gone through similar experiences. But at the end of the day, our goal of our SIBS program is to have fun. So recently, earlier this year, we were able to collaborate with the Ottawa Art Gallery and have some partners come to the house and create a beautiful workshop that allowed our children to explore themes that we try to encourage and discuss throughout our sessions. So some of those themes might include self-identity, creativity, mindfulness, connection. Sometimes we also go into detail about bullying or isolation, which are commonly brought up by the siblings themselves. It was really unique to have these OAG partners come in and create a workshop that, well, as you can see here, there's mirrors and things. It was a self-portrait. The focus for this workshop was for the children to create a portrait of who they are as people. A lot of times in our SIBS groups, the focus is solely on them as siblings, whereas this workshop was about who they are as people themselves and what they enjoy. Some of our hopes and visions to see how this collaboration can grow, or other collaborations that we can inquire through the community, is to see how else we can incorporate art-based mediums into our workshops or into our SIBS programs, and see how we can provide opportunities for these SIBS to create, explore, and connect through art. Thank you very much.
Next, I'm very pleased to introduce Olivia Onak, who, with a background in social work, family violence, and conflict resolution, her work is rooted in the truth of art as therapy and a tool for connection, well-being, and making sense of trauma. And she also happens to be the very first ever artist in residence in government for the city of Ottawa. So, Olivia.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I do not have slides because I cannot do two things with my brain at once. So we will just listen to me speak today. Thank you, Alex, for that amazing introduction. I am an interdisciplinary artist, curator, and community organizer with an educational background in family violence and conflict resolution. Currently, I'm working with the city's Integrated Neighborhood Services team. The team works closely with the city's housing department on bettering access to services in priority neighborhoods. My work has focused on resource allocation and service provision at various overflow shelters or off-site service locations where families displaced for a number of reasons are housed. My time so far has affirmed the fact that positive change is a long game. And through this, I've honed in on the theme joy and social connection as determinants of health, particularly in liminal and transient spaces. And it is really about both the tangible environment and the intangible experiences within it, transient in the physical reality of shelters and temporary housing, and liminal in the emotional and existential experience of navigating transitions and the in-between of life. And we have all experienced those moments of feeling untethered. This isn't just an abstract idea, it is one that is rooted in extensive research. Studies consistently show that joy and social connection have profound effects on mental, emotional, and even physical health. They improve resilience, reduce stress, and create the conditions for individuals and communities to actually thrive. For the people in transient spaces often defined by instability, unfettered access to resources in ways that center joy and encourage connection are essential to reconnecting with themselves and their resilience, and engaging or re-engaging with their communities or the new communities that they find themselves in. So far, I've gathered insights through community conversations with residents, staff at these locations, and city staff to better understand the experiences of all involved. Through reflective prompts on their personal stories that encourage free writing, coloring pages, creating individual journey maps and community maps, we've hosted clothing drives and had community kitchen evenings, and realized these conversations were essential, not just to hear from those most directly affected, but to ensure that the preferred solutions accurately reflect their realities, and of course, to have a bit of fun along the way. My work since has included presenting these findings to relevant city departments, creating visual resource maps tailored to these families, highlighting relevant resources in the communities that they're in. Further, we are creating and strengthening wraparound support networks in specific neighborhoods, connecting city departments to community organizations and resources in intentional ways. These will also be translated into visual resources, both internal and external, practical tools where a visual format highlights artistic viewpoints, but also enhances accessibility, particularly when language can be a barrier. And ensuring that they're available online will make them easier to access, share, and update for continued relevance. The goal really is to strengthen the web of services available to residents, creating a system where no one feels like they are navigating these challenges alone or that they have to, and more so that all aspects of well-being are catered to while honoring the sensitivities of their circumstance. Beyond these projects, I continue to explore the role of art and how we reflect on and see ourselves reflected in these spaces, working on interactive art installations that serve as spaces for continued reflection and dialogue. One of which you'll see in a few months, which invites participants to share affirmations with one another, creating moments of connection even among strangers. Another centers joy through illustrations and sound bites that capture the resilience and stories of the people navigating these spaces. These will all be part of a larger installation designed to engage both the public and policymakers, reminding us all that the challenges of transiency or the challenges faced in transient spaces are connected to all of us and indicative of larger systemic inadequacies. The use of the term transient space is intentional in this work, as it's about making these spaces reflective of the people within them, but also creating opportunities for the broader community to see themselves. Too often we other these transient spaces and the people within them. We don't see ourselves reflected in the problem, and so we struggle to see ourselves in the solution. As I move forward with this residency, my focus is on creating projects that invite the community to be part of the solution, whether that is through installations, storytelling, or creative resource building. My aim is to make joy and social connection not just concepts we talk about, but realities that we can build together. So I'll leave you with this thought. What would it mean if we treated transiency as not as a problem to fix, but as an experience to transform? Could our communities look like if joy and connection were at the center of our policies, our resources, and our lives? Thank you so much for the privilege of your time.
Okay, and the final rapid fire presentation, we have Amy McSheffrey, who is the Inclusive Recreation Program Coordinator for the City of Ottawa at the Hintonburg Community Center, and Karen Balcombe, who is the Arts Center Programmer with Community Arts and Social Engagement, or CASE, with the City of Ottawa.
Okay. Okay, so we are here today to talk to you about creative health and wellness in programming with people with disabilities.
So at Hintonburg Community Center, we offer several programs. We offer specialized programs, integrated camps, adapted programs in a fully accessible facility. Some of these programs include specialized art programs for people with disabilities and social art programs.
I'm with a team called Community Arts and Social Engagement, and at the heart of what we do is partnering with communities to determine their needs, their skills, their aspirations and opportunities, and looking at how an artist can facilitate an experience in interaction with these.
One of the art programs that we have at Hintonburg is our Inclusive Recreation Art Program. So here you can see a couple of our clients doing one of our big art projects that's on display at Hintonburg. Here are some more of our clients displaying different art pieces that they have done throughout their art program.
So Amy and I have collaborated on different things over the years, but a few years ago, along with our colleagues in Inclusive Recreation at the city, we realized that there was a gap. We had no programming for older adults with disabilities, and looking particularly at older adults with intellectual and cognitive disabilities, or cognitive and developmental disabilities. So together we collaborated to apply for some funding, and we were able to pilot 2 art-centered programs for this population. So the first one is Timeless Originals, and some of the ways that this program responded to some of the challenges, as Amy mentioned, we held it at the Hintonburg Community Center, which is fully accessible. We held a community forum bringing together staff from seniors programs, staff from inclusive recreation programs, disability arts organizations, and artists with disabilities, some of whom were older adults themselves, to exchange best practices and be able to take that cross-pollination of knowledge to benefit the program. I'll let Amy talk more about it.
Yeah, so here you see some of our artists who participated in the program creating some neat, unique artwork with some of the artists. Next slide. And here are some more displays of that. So you can see some of the artists working with our clients to create some of the projects.
So we were able to leverage our collective networks to outreach to the community to ensure we had successful registration for the program. We worked with disability arts organizations like Being Studio and The Space, and here you can see one of the artists from Being, Michael, who led a workshop in his artistic practice.
The next program we created was our Artistic Explorers program. This program was for seniors with a disability who are a little more active, so to get them actively engaged and out into the community. So the pictures you see is one of our workshops that we went out and did, and you see all their smiling faces and all their work that they did.
And this was at one of our sister city facilities in Nepean Visual Arts Center. So the staff there were able to learn how to support this population better, and the participants learned about different art activities they might be interested in. And we worked with a variety of artists across the city, again, working with artists with disabilities. We also, it was multidisciplinary program. So there were dance programming within this, some theater as well. So the participants were able to express themselves creatively through different modalities. So in terms of the benefits, as Amy said, as you can see from the pictures, the participants had a great time. They really developed a rapport with each other. They reminisced together, they laughed, they exchanged their experiences and stories with each other. We saw positive mental health, developing a sense of purpose. They wanted to come back to the program. They wanted to do more. When they were developing new skills, they integrated any challenges that they might face in developing those skills and often surpassed their expectation of themselves. And in terms of the artists with disabilities that were involved, they had a great time, and they appreciated being acknowledged as experts in their field, which isn't always something that happens in the arts community. So overall, we saw a positive quality of life, and we felt like this program was we learned so much as a project team in delivering these projects that has benefited our programming and the other work that we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll introduce Michael Davidge now.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Alex Maltby for hosting our rapid fire presentation. It was very gracious of him to, keep all of those people under control. Actually, it was me. But also want to thank him and Arts Network Ottawa for working with us collaboratively on this symposium. And Alex was one of the members of our advisory committee who helped us shape today's events. I'm Michael Davidge. I'm the manager of learning and engagement here at Ottawa Art Gallery, and it has been my pleasure to play the glockenspiel for you this morning. But it is an even greater pleasure for me to be able to introduce Jeff Thomas. Thomas is an urban Iroquois photographer, curator, activist, and cultural theorist whose new exhibition, Stories My Father Couldn't Tell Me, Jeff Thomas Origin, is on view right now on the third floor, just across the hall there. And so I encourage you to check it out if you haven't done so already. The exhibition includes a brand new series titled Dream Panels, reflecting Thomas's authorship of his experience on this land, regardless of government designations in resistance, reflection, and activism. The breadth and scope of Thomas's oeuvre reflects his generative curiosity and the interconnectedness he sees in place and time. In the Dream Panels, he revisits his past 40 years of art making, examining his core concerns. These panels reveal that the themes of Indigenous masculinity, disability, fatherhood, and relationships between land, his ancestors, and family have remained central to his rigorous practice. So we've asked Jeff to come here today to discuss his work with you, specifically within the context of our HeARTcare Symposium. And without further ado, I will pass the mic.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you to the Ottawa Art Gallery. This is a nice overview of what I do, and but there's one aspect that I haven't engaged in directly, and that's my disability. And mostly, I think, because of the pain that accompanies it, both in terms of the initial accident that I had in 1979 and the racism that I felt and that I experienced in the hospital. And I thought, well, what should I talk about today? And all I can really do is to talk about the story that I've had to, that I've taken, that I've made, and that's on view here now. It's quite a coming full circle in terms of my practice. And what began in 1979 when I was in the hospital, I was in a car accident and I broke my neck. And at that time, I ended up spending 3 months in a hospital. And I made a vow at that time, and I said that if I walk out of this hospital, I'm going to change my life and do something and contribute to society, to Indigenous people, to address issues that have always challenged me in terms of stereotypes and voice in our story, and to make that my new direction in life. In August of 1979, I did walk out of the hospital, and slowly I began to find my footing in terms of what I was going to do, how I was going to proceed. And so I used my interest in photography as a way to motivate me to keep moving. And ever since that time, my objective has been to keep moving in one way or another, whether I'm walking with a cane or with a walker, and now if I'm in a wheelchair. It's all been a part of the plan that began in 1979. And sometimes it's so hard to speak about it, living with chronic pain and facing different obstacles in my life. But I've been very fortunate as well with the teachings of my elders when I was growing up. Although I was born in Buffalo, New York, I traveled back and forth to the Six Nations Reserve of the Grand River with my grandmother as a young boy. And I had the privilege and the honor to listen to my elders who were quite, when I look back on it now, how much they influenced what I would do as an artist. And as a social activist, I would say, because my elder had been a political activist early from the 1940s on. And so she embedded that idea of activism in my mind. And so it was about leading by example. And I didn't think about, necessarily think about the physical things I had to face as much as about the motivation to contribute to a conversation that addressed things that people maybe were reluctant to talk about, and to find that conversation. So it began in the world of photography, where there was no voice at that time. And so slowly I began to address that. And over time, I found that it wasn't only the finding my voice as a photographer, but also as an activist in terms of institutions. And that started when I was living in Winnipeg in the 1990s. And at that time, I had stopped making photographs for a while. And when I received an invitation from the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry, I started working again, traveling throughout Manitoba, photographing and documenting the justice system. And I owe that to the recently deceased Maurice Sinclair, who asked me to make photographs for him. That was followed. I moved to Ottawa, and from there I began to look more at the institution here with Library and Archives Canada, the Canadian Museum of Civilization, as it was called back then. And in 2002, I was invited by the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry to curate the first exhibition on residential schools. And it was the first test of my theories on the use of photographs, even photographs that had been made not for the promotion of Indigenous children, but for the promotion of the schools so they could continue receiving funding. So how do you change photographs that were made for this type of activity to self-determination, to rising from the colonial legacy and that dark cloud that always seems to be hovering over our heads? And it turned out that it was an experiment that worked well because I made the exhibition into a story. The mandate was to reach Indigenous communities across Canada. The exhibition traveled back and forth for about 15 years. And in each Indigenous community in the beginning, I attended the openings. And I found that people that were in the Indigenous communities were coming to the opening and to the exhibition because it was something of relevance for them. And instead of seeing the negativity in the photographs, it turned into a way to promote conversation among families and among generations, and to begin looking at the intergenerational impact of that type of colonial history, and it worked. So there was always a sense that, that as a curator, that there had to be exhibitions that challenged the audience, that just simply weren't kind of re-looking at historical legacy in terms of the kind of static imagery, but how do we imbue them with a sense of conversation? Why were those photographs making? Why do museums exist, and what is the importance of their collections? If we look beyond the colonial aspect of that, we begin to find that there's a regenerative aspect to that. And it went hand in hand with not only looking and addressing the larger community, but also myself as a person living with a disability, and finding ways to keep moving forward. And this has been the thrust of my work, and I'm very happy that to be here today speaking about my disability, and also about the exhibition. I have no slides, but I have an exhibition. And so I brought a whole exhibition for your symposium. And what you'll find when you go through the exhibition is that it's really kind of like walking through my brain in a way. I was honored to have Rochelle Dickinson, who was the curator here at the time and is now at the National Gallery of Canada. But through a lot of conversation, she was listening to what I was saying and looking at my work, and she opened up a new way of looking at my work that surprised me as well. And so when you're going through it, it's a very layered exhibition that begins with my own childhood, which was traumatic, and trying to come to an understanding of why I had such a difficult relationship with my own family, with my mother and my father. They moved to Buffalo as children in the 1940s, and they were a part of that generation that wanted to fit in. And I was totally opposite of that. I wanted to understand my grandfather, who passed away just before I was born, to speak our own language, and to find that balance in life. But it didn't begin at home with my parents. So it led to a very strained relationship, but you'll see in my exhibition photographs that are drawn from my childhood. And it's hard to put these into words, but what began to emerge about a year ago, I received a grant to make a new body of work called Dream Panels. And this idea really is an extension of the work that I did on residential schools. As an artist looking at the history and the research that I was doing at the time, I found that there was something missing that I thought I could look at, and that was the loss of critical thinking and creative thinking. And how do you open up the mind? How do you overcome all of these obstacles and frustrations and kind of screwed up looking world that you don't fit into, and make something manageable out of it? And that was really where I began to understand from my work in residential schools, is that history, how we understand it, how we come to understand it, and that it's the prime mover in terms of reconciliation, in terms of resilience, and self-determination. So my work is really about bringing about that sense of self-determination, not only for Indigenous people, but for the larger community as well. Because we now live in a world that is very different from the one that my ancestors lived in. We have to communicate, we have to engage, and how do we begin to shift the narrative? How do we begin looking and informing teachers that are teaching non-Indigenous children about our history and come to understand us as human beings rather than as caricatures from the West? And so this has been the focus in terms of the goal, of reaching the goal. You'll see in the movie that was a documentary that was made about my work by documentary filmmaker Ali Kazmi, who wanted to photograph my elder. So we went to Six Nations, and she was very elderly at the time. She had to use a walker, and I asked her if I could photograph her for the film, and she said, okay. So she says, as long as you don't show my walker in the photograph, I don't mind. So we got outside, Ali started filming, and Emily General, was ready, and I started to talk to her, and she says, "Oh, you were hurt in an accident," and so I started to tell her about it, and then she looked down at the ground and she says, "Oh, there's a black walnut on the ground," and it kind of changed the focus for me in terms of how humbling in a way that we kind of take ourselves too seriously sometimes. But in the end, it's always having that base to work from, and why communication with our elders in our communities is so important to how we continue moving forward. And I think about, yet today, I think, there's a sense of celebration when you have a major solo exhibition open, but there's always a sense of the people that are still out there struggling in one form or another, whether it's on the streets of Winnipeg or Ottawa or Vancouver. It's about the people that feel things that they don't understand, that they don't have any resources to look back upon, and how do we begin to open up the gateways to our minds and allowing ourselves to get better. I didn't hear the ringer, but I could feel it. so I thought, but thank you for indulging me. Today's kind of an off day for me. This kind of typical fall weather kind of throws me off a bit, but I'm very happy to be here and speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. No need for the glockenspiel, but we do have time set aside for questions from the audience. So if anyone here would like to ask a question, please raise your hand and we'll send the microphone your way. While you may be thinking about it, I wanted to ask you a question, which is, what was it that drew you to photography as a medium in terms of your exploration?
Well, I think initially as a young boy, what drew me to photography was just this sense of being able to, what would this look like if I photographed it? And to have a certain sense of control over something. And I think, when I was growing up, I had very little control. And so it was beginning with that fascination of the camera. And then just going out and looking for interesting things to photograph. And at that time, when I got out of the hospital, Buffalo was in a transition of moving from this post-industrial world and trying to adjust to suburban malls and to the loss of the steel industry and that. So the downtown area was a place where that was abandoned largely, a lot of old buildings in that. And one day I was photographing an old building and I heard somebody call out to me and said, "What are you doing there?" And I turned around as this older man that was looking at me and I told him what I was doing and I said, "I didn't think anybody was inside this building." And he says, "Well, yeah, there is, and the boss wants to talk to you." So we went inside and I met the boss and I figured I had nothing to lose. So I said, "Can I photograph you in the inside of the building?" His reply was pretty interesting. He said that the police have enough photographs of me already, so I decline. But he says if the boys don't mind, you can photograph the inside of the building or of the room. And so I did, and I managed to also include him in the photograph as well. And but the man that was behind the counter was Indigenous, and he asked me where I was from. And I told him, and he said, "Who's your father?" And I said my father's name. He didn't know him. Then I said my grandfather's name, and he knew my grandfather, who I had been kind of in search of. And since he died 2 weeks before I was born, and so that was when I got outside of the room, and I was standing on the street corner, and I said, "This is what I want to do for the rest of my life." I love the fact of having encounters with people in unexpected places, and that happened for a few years, where I would be photographing an old building and the conversation would come at a place that I never expected to find one. So it was from that point on, and then it was just, this idea of looking at photography as a medium, taking control of it as much as possible from the historical photographers. And adding and incorporating, as you'll see in my exhibition, I use historical photographs as well as a part of what I want to say and do, and to suggest that that there's a voice here that we haven't been listening to. think somebody put a hand up over there.
Thank you, Jeff. I dabble in photography myself. I'm probably not a very good photographer, but that's why I like digital cameras. So I appreciate your work and I look forward to seeing it. So I'm just wondering, I'm thinking about the whole idea of photography as control, but also in terms of how to engage with artifacts concerning the history of Canada and Indigenous peoples, and how to engage in mutually respectful dialogue. And I think back to what Nicole said earlier in the morning about the burden of reconciliation being placed on Indigenous peoples, perhaps not intentionally, but going up and asking intrusive questions, etc., and how to navigate that relationship, because of course, you know, next year is the 10th anniversary of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and sadly only about 13 of the 94 calls have actually been implemented. So I reflect back on something that happened 10 years ago. I always take an annual trip up the coast of Vancouver Island with a friend of mine, and we crossed over to Cormorant Island on the ferry. And Cormorant Island is very famous because that's where Emily Carr went to paint the beautiful totem poles at Alert Bay. So when I went there, I had no idea that the cemetery where the totem poles were located was at one end of Cormorant or Alert Bay, but horrifically, a former residential school was at the other end called St. Michael's. It was decommissioned by the community about 6 months after we visited there, purely by accident, and a passerby told me in the village what that place was. I have never seen a more disturbing place in my entire life. Many of the windows had been smashed. There was a graffiti image of an Indigenous child with a clerical collar with a cross held upside down. And I felt very conflicted taking pictures of that space and that place because of what had happened there, but also the sense that I was appropriating something by taking those pictures without having the ability to talk to people who actually went to that place. So I did a lot of reading. I'm not Indigenous, trying to educate myself since then. So I'm wondering if you can describe a little bit further without perhaps putting you in a difficult position, because I still carry some degree of conflict. I still have those photographs, even though that place no longer exists. But as a non-Indigenous person, I don't want to be appropriating other people's experiences. I want to be respectful, but I do think that I have a very conflicted sense about what to do with former residential school sites, because the whole idea is, oh, why don't you get over it? And of course, Justice Sinclair said, you don't say that to First or Second World War veterans. You don't say that to people who went to concentration camps, etc. So I want to acknowledge that the burden of reconciliation should not be solely on Indigenous people, but what is my role as a non-Indigenous person, and how do I work with those photographs in a respectful and also an informed way?
Okay, that's too hard to answer. I'm not. I'm just kidding. But the I think what I find with photographs, and what I often tell people who I photograph, in fact, is that I become the caretaker of their image, and I tell them what I will do and what I won't do with the photographs, and if there's a way to insert them into a conversation with a sense of respect, then it works. I wouldn't say that, I'll give you an example. I had a show in Saskatoon one year, and I wanted to go to the North Battleford, to the residential school there. And I had heard about it during my research because in 1885, when they executed the Cree men that had taken part in Northwest resistance, is that they were hung right down the road from the residential school. And what the school did is that they took the children and marched them down to witness the execution. And I thought it was probably the most important story that I had heard during my research, because it was such a part of the negativity that we try to understand and come to some kind of resolution with as well. And I thought to myself, should I be taking these photographs? So I was sitting there, and the only thing that was left is because somebody burned the school, and the only thing that was left was the foundation of the school. So I was sitting and watching. We had driven from Saskatoon. It was rainy. It was like today. By the time we got to North Battleford, and I sat down, there was a parting of the clouds, and the sun was shining through, and the wind was blowing, and I thought, I'm supposed to be here, and I'm supposed to be taking these photographs of this site. And what's the purpose of it? To be able to tell that story. It's it's not commonly known, but it's also not restricted from being told. So even myself as an Indigenous person sitting there, I had to be respectful of what I was doing. I've never shown those photographs that I took, but it doesn't mean that I won't. It just means that I'm waiting for the right opportunity to do it. And then how does the photograph become a form of illustration about talking about an issue like that? Now, if you're going to talk about residential schools and you're going to talk about, why don't you just get over it and stuff like that, then I'd say I don't agree with that. But on the other hand, if it creates a conversation about the school, what happened here, and that it's a focal point in the landscape. And so I don't see an issue with that. But we're always kind of thinking and moving forward, and it's really good that you're thinking about the responsibility of those photographs. And if more people would do that, then I think that it leads to better conversations about this history. And that's I think that's basically how I feel in general about making photographs, and I think that it's a good way to look at for a lot of people, for making photographs of places and sites and people, and what are the stories that are there. There was one other thing that I wanted to say just before I end, and I was fortunate in 2019 to be invited to take part in a meeting in Toronto called Bodies in Translation. And it was out of Guelph University, and the person that I was in contact with was Carla Rice. And I was invited as an artist with a disability to come and take part. And they were funding projects. And so they funded my work, and to also begin looking at using new technologies in terms of the stories that I was telling. And so what I found is that it was really, really important for me to have that, because I could actually hire somebody to do the legwork and do the communications that I didn't feel comfortable doing, or a lot of the legwork that I just physically couldn't do. And it's really helped in terms of this exhibition as well, of having that kind of resource in terms of looking at disabilities in the arts. So I just wanted to make mention of that, and that how important it is, and looking at how we begin to really take into consideration artists and their work, and also how do we navigate the health system and find solutions to the things that we're living with and dealing with.
Well, thank you so much, Jeff.
My pleasure.
It's always so illuminating every time I hear you speak. I'm again going to encourage everyone to go and check out the exhibition just across the hall while we go for our lunch break now. Just a few notes about the lunch hour. If when you registered and you indicated that you had dietary restrictions, please know that we've taken every measure to accommodate them. So if you included those, we have a box prepared for you. Otherwise, everything else is labeled. If you have any questions, please ask one of the servers or anyone in the OAG staff at the registration desk, and we can sort you out. I also want to encourage you over your lunch break, if you have some time, to check out the Island of Listeners installation in the Sky Lounge. We'll be hearing from Kim and Rachel when we come back after lunch. But also within that time span, you'll have a chance to check out all of our projects that are being represented in our project showcase here on the side of the room. And the project presenters will be there to talk to you about their projects. Nahid Shukrallah, doctor and visual artist, Martin Brooks from Shape Vision, Harmonix LLC is here, Terry Stevens, artist and stroke survivor, Roberto Sataguida, video artist, Victoria Krasikova, visual artist, and Silvana Valentone, visual artist. She has a gratitude board for all of you to interact with. Yes, so please enjoy your lunch hour, and we'll see you back here at 1:30, where we'll be starting sharp. Thank you.
The lunch isn't here yet.
The lunch isn't here yet?
It's not here yet. DJ's tracking it down.
Okay.
People can take a bio break. There will be sandwiches soon. They might just be munching into the next presentation.
All right, lunch.
It's got a red light.
Okay, he saw me.
He's on us.
Hi. Oh, look at that. That's so great. So someone just asked me if I could refresh your thinking around the two questions. Yes, so we're going to do that. So someone at your table can work really hard to remember it, or maybe jot it down on the big central pad in the middle. So what is one insight that you're carrying away from the day's discussions that you want to bring into your work? What are you taking away and carrying forward into your work? That's part one. And the second invitation is to reflect on how this insight can help you address a current challenge you're facing in your work. So think about that challenge, because we're going to be talking about that as a group. And another request, was that good? Did everyone have enough time? Yeah. So number one, what's the insight you're taking away and carry forward? Number two, how does the insight help you address a current challenge in your work? Great. And then the second request was to remind you of the number, the text number that you can at any time text inspiration, takeaways, or answers to these questions is area code 343-574-3414. And it's also on this little card on your table. Yeah, and so you can use that also if there are any slides during the workshop, and I'll remind you of this, but if there are any slides later that aren't available to you in the way that you have to answer the question, you may also, yeah, feel free to text that in and we'll get it. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
You're losing your job, Michael. You guys are stars. I appreciate it. Welcome back to everybody. It's really good to see. You may be feeling a little bit of, I think my brain is too full, but it's really good to see people back. I think there's an opportunity this afternoon still to hear some more and listen some more, but there's also going to be a great opportunity for everybody to provide your input on what we're doing with arts and health and how we can build and put these wonderful ideas into action and strengthen the voice for arts and health in Canada. These two on the stage here, I want to introduce them. About 2 years ago, maybe even more than 2 years, we started talking at Radical Connections about how we could bring artists into palliative care. We have a very strong partnership with Bruyere, and their palliative care unit is known nationally and internationally for the quality of care there. We wanted to bring artists in, and we were trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. We loved the idea of storytelling. We have Kim and a couple of other storytellers on the team, and it just seemed like a wonderful opportunity to have people who didn't have a lot of time left on this world for them to tell their story. And we met we met Dr. Ingram from the Mayo Clinic, who had been working on what was called a 55-word storytelling project, and the team at the Ottawa Hospital as well, who had built on Dr. Ingram's work, and tried to figure out together with. At this point, we invited Kim onto the team. We went and visited the Creating Space conference in Quebec City. We were walking all over Quebec City with Kim and with Ginger, and working on perfecting the idea of what we were going to do with storytelling. We ended up talking with the Ottawa Art Gallery, and here we are. We ended up talking with Serena Eisenberg and the research team on the palliative care unit at Bruyere, and there's been really powerful and impactful research that has come out of this project. I'm going to leave it to Kim and to Rachel to talk more about it, but I just want to kind of give you a bit of the history behind this and how this was built. And I often think Radical Connections has many, many meanings to that name. And just creating these projects brings Radical Connections, and so I'm so thankful. Kim, you've met Kim already last night. She's a blind storyteller and a music therapist and a disability rights advocate. and you're going to hear more from Kim shortly. Rachel Gray is a visual artist who's also a disability rights activist. She worked at Bean Studio, as did Stephanie, and she has navigated the world with dyslexia, and that's led her to explore new ways of language and communication. So she is a visual artist, but also spans other media measures. And her projects are connected by an interest in expressive mark making, performance, immersive installation, and storytelling. I'm going to hand the mic over to you two.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to really thank Radical Connections. I want to thank the OIG. Thank you for having our exhibit, the first installation of our exhibit, which is going to grow and be bigger because we now have more money from grants to do that. But thank you to them all. And thank you especially to the people who were generous of their time. Thank you to Serena and her team and everybody who helped the research. And thank you especially to the people that over 6 months I collected stories on the palliative care unit at Briere, at St. Vincent's, from patients, caregivers, and staff. So that was very unique in that we got all sides of this picture. And I want to thank them especially for giving of their time and of their important words. After the phase 1 of this project, we felt these stories were too important not to be shared. And so Rachel came on board, so I was the only one in phase 1 just collecting the stories and then shaping them into stories. So what happened was we gave people choices about how to give me their stories, and they could be stories about anything. So originally the 55-word story that Carol mentioned, they always wrote those down. But with my accessibility hat on, I said we have to have other ways, audio recording, or I could take notes and then craft the stories. And so 99% of the people said, you do it. So I took notes, and then I went home, and then I shaped the things into stories as quickly as I could, because some people were short on time, and a couple of people we actually lost before I could give the stories back. But one thing I would say, which we didn't really realize, was giving the stories back for the input was such a special and meaningful experience. So not only did I make the story, then I had to come back and say, did you actually mean what I said? Am I on the right track here? Because it is their story. So that was very important. Also, I think Ginger was very important on the unit, because I think she gave a sense of comfort to some people who were very emotional, especially caregivers would sit with her and they would pat her, and then they'd say, I don't have much to say, and then they would have very much to say. So some stories were challenging to get. Some people's stories flowed out of them, and some there was really challenging, and I had to ask questions and more questions, and then go home and really think about it. And some were very clear. And I think what we found was a huge power of arts, as we've been talking about today. So often I would barely put my bum in the chair when they were starting, and there was an urgency in their delivery and in their voices that we needed to hear this now. You need to hear this now. You need to shape this now. And a real urgency that you don't always find when you're doing art. But it was so meaningful to me, and it was meaningful to them. I'm going to let Rachel talk a bit about the process and how we kind of got together and how it worked.
So I came on board to this project after most of the stories were already collected. And so I never had the chance to meet the people whose stories were sharing. My first interaction with the stories was through Kim. Kim sent me a document that had all the stories, but it also had her experience collecting the stories, her experience as a listener, her experience crafting them, and kind of how she felt in those moments. So my first step was to go through there and highlight the images that stood out to me, the moments that really compelled me, and then Kim and I would chat about this on the phone. And something we discovered really quickly was that it was very similar, the moments that were standing out to each of us, and we were imagining similar images, or similar images within the story spoke to us both. And so based on that, I started developing sketches. And pretty quickly, I came to the conclusion that just creating still images wasn't going to work for this project, because the stories are so important, because I think spoken voice is so important for this project. So we decided to create a film that would use animations to illustrate the images in the story. One of the first things we did was to tour the palliative care unit together, which was a really amazing experience for me because I hadn't been there before. So I got to be in this place that I had heard so much about through the stories, and also go through it with Kim and Ginger and realize just how popular they were on the unit.
Well, not me, Ginger.
Yeah, how popular. And I used these photos that I took on the unit as reference for creating the paintings. The other thing I use as reference is my own self a lot. So I need reference material in order to create the animations, in order to track the motions. So I will kind of physically embody the movements that the storytellers are taking within the story, and use that as source material. And I think it's kind of an interesting thing, because as an artist, you're always putting yourself in the position of somebody else, whatever the subject is, you're trying to understand. And so in this case, it was also a physical embodiment of some of the stories. So that's an example of an image that would come from the source material. And I wanted to give an example of how the animation process works. So it's hand-painted oil animations, and I make 12 paintings per second of animation. So it's an opportunity to spend a lot of time with the stories, and it's an opportunity to really, you kind of go deep into the process of making the image. The frame before influences what you do next. And one reason I wanted to try this technique is that every movement leaves a trace. So the way it works is you paint a frame, and then you'll kind of erase or move what you did before and paint it again and paint it again. So as a figure moves through space, there's always an echo. And to me, that really spoke to the nature of the stories that we were collecting. There's a lot of sense of absent presence in the stories, a lot of sense of memory, and a sense of impact. I think another theme that came up is the blurriness of boundaries. You move through time, you move through space within the world of the palliative care unit, and I felt this technique was a really good way of approaching that. These are just some other examples of stills from the film. And these stills, because each image is a high definition photo, any image can be printed. So if you look in the hall where our exhibition is, you will see prints. You can see more on my website. And we wanted to create those so people also have a chance to spend more than a fraction of a second with any one image.
And you have a great opportunity when you go out there, because Rachel was trying to describe the prints to me so that we could provide audio descriptions of the prints. And it was difficult because she's done them and she didn't want to, overly describe. And we figured other people, when we exhibited in Montreal, there were a few people and they all described things differently. So we would love it if there's a little box out there. If you look at the prints, how would you describe them to someone who can't see them? So if you have any ideas for that, you can do that way. If you do have ideas and you'd rather email, you can email our email address, which is island.of.listeners. That's the name of our project, and actually our art collaboration, Island of Listeners, @gmail.com. So we'd love that if you would take the time to do that.
The process of making this project accessible to blind audiences has been really interesting, because it's a translation from one medium, of course, to another, from image to text, and the whole project is taking text of stories and turning them into images. So one thing that I find interesting that I think this gives us a bit of a solution for is, myself as an artist, in a way I have a very limited understanding of what the image is, because to me, I can only see it the way that I created it. I know what the source material was and something I've learned through this is just how many different takes there are on any one image. So rather than having me describe the images, we would like to collect a series of descriptions so that way the image retains its expansive property. That's one of the things I love so much about images is that they don't speak directly. They're very non-specific. And so to collect a variety of data that allows it to continue to grow is something that we're very interested in our project. So I think the next thing we'll do is to share the excerpt of the film. We will be working over the course of the next year to do a longer version of this film that will incorporate elements from many different stories collected on the unit. So this is just one story. The story is called Rabbit Hole. Should I play it, Kim?
Yes, and when we expand this film, we'll also have a performance, a storytelling performance. So, if you write down our email address, we don't have a website right now, but if you write down our email address, you can find these, and afterwards I'll share the website for the Eisenberg Lab at Briere, which, and we could also email that out to you in a package. I'm sure you're going to get some slides later, where you can actually listen to all 21 of the stories that I've recorded, and there's also text of them there as well.
You'll hear both of our voices in this film. It's because we have built-in audio descriptions, and those descriptions of the images were created through a collaboration between myself and Kim, where we kind of found this balance between getting the information you would need across, maintaining the poetic and kind of creative integrity of the project as well. Oh. No, I couldn't tell. Oh. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
If it doesn't work, we'll...
Not yet, but it's tricky because our first frame doesn't move, so.
Our first frame doesn't.
Let's see.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim. Yeah, I think that, well, that's it for that film for now. And I know we don't have much time for questions. I was going to read a few chunks of story, but I just want to read one line which just gives me chills every time, and then we'll go to questions. This was collected from a patient. But what fills him with wonder now, and what gives him the most joy, is how his family surrounds him every day. He feels lucky because he knows some people here on the unit have no visitors. They made a commitment to him that he would not be alone in this journey. And now here they are, all around him, even sleeping beside him. He is seeing parts of them he never knew before. Surrounded by them, it feels like the afterlife is starting now. And if the afterlife is like this, it will be pretty amazing. And Serena's address for the Eisenberg Lab, for where all the 21 stories are recorded by me, is Eisenberg, ISENBERG, lab.com/portfolio-1. So that's where you can find the stories. And there's also a link to it on the OAG site where they talk about our exhibition. So we'll turn it back to Carol, I guess.
Thank you both so much. Thank you, yeah. There's so much love that's gone into this project between Kim and the story givers and Rachel, and how you've spent so much time, creating a visual embodiment of what was told. So thank you both. Questions? I want to throw this out to all of you. We've got one back here.
Thank you. So this is an incredible project. I just want to really rave about it. But Kim, my question is, last night you talked about taking the story of a man who was very particular with his words. And I'm curious if his story is one of the 21. And if so, how would I find it?
Well, that little bit I read is from that man's story. It is called something about his neighborhood, his own neighborhood, or his old neighborhood, because he actually grew up right beside St. Vincent's, like where he was overlooking his childhood neighborhood. So it's some name like that, I think, his neighborhood, his childhood neighborhood, or some name like that, I think.
Perfect,
but,
thank you.
Yeah.
It was interesting, in the middle of the project, the palliative care unit moved from the site downtown at Briere over to St. Vincent's. And that some of the stories were actually specifically about that move.
But none were collected on the old site. We didn't collect until we moved, so we only collected on there.
Because Kim didn't just talk to patients, she also talked to staff and
there's about an equal three-way split. It's about 777, so about equal numbers of each population. But, I'd always love that type of work. It would be great to do it again if anyone is ever interested in that. It's really rewarding things to do. And I guess also I'm just really grateful to Serena, and she did say this morning about making sure you hire artists who know what they're doing to do the art, because you can get someone who doesn't know, but you're not going to get the quality of work that you get when you hire artists that know what they're doing and can come in and do that work with people. So that's very important, I think.
CJ? Oh, we got two. One over here and then CJ.
Yeah, I also thought that was a really beautiful, the visual interpretation, and then the audio descriptions to sort of reinterpret the story further. I'm curious about in the stage 2, seeing as you did it after the fact and without going back to the people whose stories you collected, how did you get feedback on the visual interpretation of the stories?
Well, yeah, Rachel can answer, but I mean, I didn't give her any visual feedback, but I mean, it was amazing how the images that we both felt were important within the stories were the same. So I don't know, Rachel, you can talk about that, but we met and talked about what do you think we should put in the film, and there were very strong images that we both agreed upon, mentally in my case, like word images, but I think visually they translated into something.
Person whose story you collected to make sure you told it as they had intended, and if you did any sort of back and forth, maybe with the families on the painting interpretations.
Yeah. So there's no opportunity for back and forth on the visual element of the project, because it's something that's new for me. Like I've worked in community art or worked like supporting other people's stories, but I've always approached that as a direct collaboration with the person whose story I am telling. So this was an interesting challenge trying to navigate that. And that was another reason why I landed on the oil painting technique, is that it's very non-specific. And the images, they're not detail-oriented. They're trying to kind of take the figure, whoever is central to the story, and to create them in paint in a way where they're almost like an archetype for a person, because I think there is so much across the stories that resonates with human experience, even outside the specific detail. And so that's what I leaned into in the visual approach for the animations for that reason.
Last question goes to CJ.
Hi. So I just would like to formally and publicly congratulate you and hope that the congratulations just vibrates outward. It's brilliant and deep and conceptually profound, and yet another example of how people, you know, whether they're speaking to a songwriter or a poet or a visual artist or storyteller, it's like, where do you get your ideas? And like, how do you even know, how do you have the guts to do that? And more, I was really further to the point that you have to have a good artist to do that. I think that people debase community collaborative projects, and there's this history of that, and it's really time for the art world with a capital A to get over that, because this is such a profound project, and I think it is the direction that art should be. Seems to me that if you can't collaborate, well, you should really step back and let the people that can collaborate do, because it's the only way we're going to move forward socially and climate-wise as well. And I just deep, deep respect for the quality of this work, for the blending, the weaving of the intellectual and the spirit and the emotional, as we were discussing yesterday. There's, to me, it is you've left mystery in it. You've brought mystery to the foreground. It is so, so rich. And so just blah, blah, blah. I love the project. It's brilliant. And how do you know of, and how do you hope that the project will move forward and gain greater exposure?
I guess I'll address that first. One wonderful thing about filmmaking is it is a really easy to disseminate medium. So when we complete our film, we'll be able to submit that to festivals. Kim is also developing a performance that we've already applied for funding to transform into a live interaction between visual and spoken stories. So puppets, yeah, we're gonna have shadow puppets. So we're making plans because both of us feel that these stories are just so significant, and they are voices that are not heard enough in public space in our community. And so it's very important to us to have this project have the impact that the stories really deserve.
And I guess also we're going to make some tactile images of the images or representations for me, selfishly, but also for the blind low vision community, because we want this also to, and it is a model of built-in audio description, we want this to be accessible, and if we do performance, you know, to have ASL and to make it be a model of accessibility, because arts is not totally accessible at the moment, and we always strive, I think both of us, like the way we think about disability arts is also that they need to be as inclusive as possible. So that's another side of it. So we keep applying for grants and places to work on this more. So within the next year, we're going to be working hard on developing the film and the performance, longer performance, which won't be reading the stories, but we'll be talking about the experience of collecting the stories, as well as bits of the stories. And I don't know yet because I'm just working on those pieces of it now. But there will be much more, and it just is rich with images and with ability to do more with it. And I'm just so grateful for everybody who helps us, and the research team who helped us analyze the stories. That was really, really helpful for us both and for everybody to kind of sit down with the stories and analyze the themes. And there will be papers published about that academically too. So, if you're in that way inclined, you'll probably see them. But we're always happy to keep everyone updated. And thank you to the OIG for putting us here for this time, and we are just very excited by this whole process. It starts out as a little tiny seed, and it's now a medium-sized tree, but eventually it'll be like a massive tree, I think.
Thank you. Thanks to Kim and Rachel. And in our usual, let's keep things moving, we're going to ask Heidi Sveistrup to come up. She's going to facilitate the next group, and then we're going to invite Andrea Gumpert, Susan Dernan, Gerald Dragon, Valeria Fensky, Deborah Chandler, and Charlotte Cumberbirch to come on up.
Hi, so while people are getting installed, we'll just keep going so that we can double up on activities. So as Carol said, my name is Heidi Sveistrup. I'm the chair of the board for Radical Connections, and want to thank you all for being here this afternoon. I don't think anybody wants to leave. That was amazing. Kim, Rachel, thank you very much. That was absolutely incredible. So the goals for the session, so the panel features a diverse group of practitioners with innovative and forward-thinking approaches to arts and health initiatives. So they'll be speaking about their work. The way that I'll run this panel, I'll introduce each speaker just before they go. So first one up is Andrea Gumpert. Andrea is an educator at the National Gallery of Canada since 2006. Her work has focused on the visitor's experience in school programs, engaging materials for exhibitions, audio guide production, and more. She created the Galerie Spark program for people living with dementia and their care partners in 2016. And she works closely with community partners to improve accessibility in the Gallery's programs. Andrea is a trained VTS facilitator and is particularly interested in using VTS with medical professionals to refine their clinical skills. So we'll have Andrea present. And we have a timer, I believe. Yes.
The glockenspiel. Perfect. Thank you so much. I think I have control now, right? Yay. Okay, great. So thank you so much, everyone. In the interest of time, I'm going to stick to my notes as well. But thank you so much for this invitation to share with you the project that I'm going to be talking to you about. This is an arts and health-related research project that was the first of its kind at the National Gallery of Canada. And I'm hoping through this presentation that I will add to the reflections of the value of museum healthcare collaborations to strengthen community connections. So this was a partnership project between myself in my role as educator and responsible for wellbeing programs at the Gallery and the neurodevelopmental health team at the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. My research partner and collaborator is Jessica Remedios, the clinical coordinator, professional practice lead of applied behavior analysis at HeARTcare, who isn't here today. The neurodevelopmental team is an interdisciplinary group including behavior analysts, child youth counselors, respite workers, dietitians, occupational therapists, speech pathologists, nurses, and more. They work together on case conceptualization and treatment planning for children and youth with an autism diagnosis. Over the past couple of years, this team has expanded to welcome in various disciplines to work on even more complex cases. As a team, they were looking to strengthen team building and other soft skills that are critical for effective patient outcomes. The director brought her leadership team to the Gallery for a visit with me in visual thinking strategies in early 2023, and the team found it so effective that they wanted all 200 clinicians to experience the art facilitation technique. Jessica and I began talking about how to cycle the various team members through VTS sessions, and we decided to create a research project out of it. One of the benefits for the Gallery in partnering with HeARTcare was that we gained access to a rigorous research protocol detailed and approved by the Research Ethics Board. This goes far beyond the anecdotal feedback surveys that we are accustomed to doing with visitors at the Gallery, and it was the first time that the Gallery's Learning and Community Engagement Department was partnering with a hospital and its research, its robust research ability. So I haven't seen these slides in a while, so okay, there we go. So we designed a set of pre- and post-reflective questionnaires to measure the impact of VTS on this interdisciplinary team. The questionnaires we built were built from existing quantitative scales in the literature, and when necessary, we reached out to the respective authors to request permission. As many of you, I hope, maybe some do know what VTS is. It's an inquiry-based teaching method that fosters participants' abilities to describe, analyze, and interpret imagery and information through careful observation and discussion of visual art. To make meaning of an artwork, we start with what we know, our life experiences, our knowledge of art history, if any, our familiarity with the artwork's context, etc. Just as a health practitioner begins with their experience, education, patient history, and more. Next, we observe the artwork. We name the elements. We consider the narrative just as a health practitioner assesses symptoms and considers the patient's descriptions. Finally, we ask questions to further our understanding of the artwork or of the patient. So looking at art to make meaning collectively flexes the individual skills of observation, active listening, critical thinking, living in uncertainty, information gathering, and exploring different perspectives. These are the same skills that make for effective healthcare practitioners assessing the needs of patients. All staff members from the neurodevelopmental health team were invited to participate in this study. To accommodate the team members' busy schedules and their respective pods or their teams, we offered a selection of 3 modalities. They could experience VTS at the Gallery, in a HeARTcare classroom with digital images, or virtually. We successfully compiled data from about 101, not about, 101 participants. They were all whole in there. The quantitative data demonstrated statistically significant increases in a few key abilities, most notably from the observation skills questionnaire. We were also able to measure positive change in a selection of participant reflections that HeARTcare identified as important for treatment goals, procedures, and outcomes, most notably a perceived openness to different perspectives. And interestingly, the data showed no difference of outcomes on participants who experienced VTS at the Gallery, at HeARTcare, or virtually. So, if VTS is as effective regardless of modality, this could open up opportunities across regions and healthcare organizations located far away from original art. I should say that Jessica and I perceived a difference. However, the data didn't show us that. So in conclusion, this collaboration and research study was a win-win-win. The gallery was able to access a robust quantitative and qualitative analysis of VTS and make connections with a largely new audience. CHEO was able to see for themselves the positive implications of a safe, non-clinical exercise that had immediate and direct impacts on teamwork, communication, and interprofessional collaboration. And finally, while the individual participants benefited from their team-building experience, many also noted that they learned from this new way of looking at art and would return to the gallery to use the artworks for the purpose of their own well-being. If you'd like to hear more about this, I'm here for questions. I'd love to meet many of you, and I will be presenting this on a deeper level at the Museum Next conference in January, late January, the Health and Wellbeing Conference. Thank you so much. Am I the only one that didn't get the glockenspiel? You're welcome.
And time to take a deep breath.
Thank you. Pardon me?
Time to take a deep breath.
Thank you. Did I speak really fast?
No, you were great.
Okay.
I thought she was great, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, our next speaker, Susan Durnan from Mississauga Arts Council. Susan has over 10 years of arts administration experience in office operations and management, grant writing, concert and tour logistics, and event production. Susan has served in administrative roles for Andrew Kwan Artists Management, the Association for Opera in Canada, and the Canadian Opera Company's free concert series in the Richard Bradshaw Amphitheatre. Susan holds certificates in professional fundraising from Boston University and nonprofit and voluntary sector management from Toronto Metropolitan University. She's a Bachelor of Music from the University of Manitoba, and during her free time, she's involved with DFM, a quirky electric bassoon cover band, and performs in community and professional orchestras. Susan brings a unique perspective to her administrative work in the arts sector and looks forward to building relationships within the Mississauga community. Susan.
Thank you so much. I didn't realize that the full bio. Yes, I am a bassoonist, so you can check that off your bingo list. You now know one. So I'm with the Mississauga Arts Council. Mississauga, we are the home of Pearson Airport and Oscar Peterson. So again, put those on your bingo card. We are right next to Toronto, and we have a unique sort of perspective of being the mouse on the shoulder of the giant. And so as an arts council, we've really been pushing to build a local arts sector appreciation and economy for the local artists of all disciplines. And so we sort of, in our research of how we could tell the art sector story better, we know that the arts are important. We know the arts are contributing to the economy. And we were looking up research for this and stumbled across a myriad of resources that showed how the arts were actually helping health as well. And we couldn't let it go. So we've really taken it on. And that's where HeARTcare comes from. I have some notes. If you're interested in HeARTcare, we have lots of resources on the website. It's 3 slides, but my hands are full. I have bookmarks. I'll put them by the coffee if you're interested. Okay. So how we got into this, we were really pushing for, how do we diversify the revenue of artists? We need professional artists to run programs, not just teaching people how to become professionals themselves, but teaching people how to appreciate art, how to draw, even if their stick people are lopsided like mine are. But you get so much benefit out of that. And that's really why we've been pushing for this. And we couldn't walk away. We developed the Arts for Mental Health Award, which we present every year to someone who's doing really great work in the field. This year, it's going to a woman who created a one-day arts festival that is all about wellness and living with wellness and using arts for wellness. So we're really excited to present that next week at our gala. And with all of this amazing research, we started off, we wanted to hold a conference, and we planned it, and we were really excited to host the Arts for Health Conference in April of 2020. So clearly that didn't happen, but we did finally host it in October of 2021, and it was virtual. We had Mass Culture come in and help us, and we had over 100 participants join us in conversation, and We also had a datathon that we held before the conference, where we received over 100 pieces of research that are now on artscare.com. CA. Pardon me, it's Canadian. HeARTcare.ca, it's not promoting us, it's just putting the research out there, it's promoting programs, it's showing what's really happening. And so if anyone has research, send it my way. I have cards over at my table, and we will get it up on the site, and we want everyone to use it if they need it. This slide. Oh, the conference. I told you about the conference. Great. So one of the other things on the previous slide I forgot to mention is we also brought doctors together. We have a couple doctors on our steering committee, and they're 100% behind this. And they said, but our colleagues don't really understand it. And one of the things that they brought to us, and we will be incorporating into our pilot program, is they said, doctors, when you go to the doctor and you get your prescription, it's, a little tick box prescription, and they say, oh, you need heart medication. They check it off and you take it to the pharmacist. They said, well, why don't we have that for the arts? Right? And so on that tick pad prescription, the doctor can check off a dance class if you need to go to a dance class, or a visual art class that they encourage you to do. So suggestions like that from healthcare providers are helping us to figure out, what our future program can look like. All right. The findings from the conference. It's all things we've been talking about all day, nothing new. But what we did is we worked with an art therapist, and she helped us put it into, I think we're at a 65-page pilot proposal for a 2-year program. And the key element of it's going to include social prescription, it's going to include workshops, but it's also going to include sort of our program facilitator, or what at the social prescription conferences, they've been using the term link worker, which is the person who's connecting the healthcare side of things to the art side of things, and making sure that people are talking the same language, right? Artists don't know how to talk medical, and medical professionals don't know how to talk arts. Sometimes. Lots of medical professionals do arts, and that's wonderful. But making sure that link worker is there who can also then help participants navigate through the system. And a participant says, I've been feeling really lonely. And so the link worker will say, you'd probably be better off in a dance class or a choir where you can be with people, rather than taking up a visual art class where you're sitting in a room by yourself with some paints. Right? And they can help sort of navigate that. So that's been a really key part of what we found at the conference, which is also video recorded and on artscare.ca if you're interested. It's a long afternoon, but it's worthwhile. So that's sort of the research side of things that we've come from. And over the next, I guess, since 2021, we haven't had too much funding, but we've been prioritizing it with the small amounts we have. And so we have reached out through a microgrant program. What slide is this one? Oh, pilot, I told you about that. And I'm sorry, I'm behind on my slides here. So I'm gonna tell you about our microgrant program, which I run, and it is wonderful to see the amazing things that local artists are doing. And so through our microgrant program, and through, we reach out and we find smaller grants that we can pull in. And the interesting thing with HeARTcare is, it's a concept that can change the world, but it doesn't have to change the world overnight. You try anything, implement something small, and it can grow. And so that's what we've been doing with our microgrant program. And so we just have a few that we've highlighted. In Mississauga, we have a visual arts school called Visual Arts Mississauga. It's in a beautiful conservancy with a river running through. It's very inspirational. And they received a microgrant and put together a program both for adults and for youth at risk. And I mean, the participants really enjoyed it. They got a lot out of it. And VAM, the school, they've now partnered with us, and every Monday this fall, they've given over their space for wellness workshops, which have included visual arts. This past Monday, they had one in the morning for seniors, and it was a dance workshop. And the program was specifically designed for seniors, not another version of it, but it was to create mobility. And all of the dance moves you can do sitting down if you can't stand up, or if you can stand up, that's great. And everything is able to modify, which is really wonderful and really a way to bring inclusivity. So next up, this one in particular is really tugs on the heartstrings. Artisan Momentum. During the pandemic, she put together a program. It was all on Zoom. And then after the pandemic, she was able to do it in person. She targets newcomer women to Mississauga, which is a huge population. And, often the husband goes to work, the children go to school, the mom stays at home, doesn't speak English, doesn't leave the house. And they were isolated, they were lonely, they were scared to go out, they didn't know, what was in the community. She brought them together, and the first Zoom workshop, none of the cameras were on, and everyone was shy. And by the end of the 5-week program, they were talking all together at once, all the cameras were on, they could barely get the artwork done because they were so busy socializing. And at the end of it, they did an exhibition. They put all of their artwork on the wall. They invited VIPs, including the mayor of Mississauga and the city councilors. And these women who had been too afraid to leave their house were grabbing the mayor by the sleeve and saying, I made this one. I made that piece of art. Isn't it beautiful? This is what I did. And it was just so special to see the transformation in 6 weeks. That was over 6 weeks. It's incredible to see how quickly it goes. This is another one. Oh, pocket art. I got to participate in this. And my time is running down. I'm going to get a ding. But this one, the person who hosted it, Pocket Art, the idea was you always have art in your pocket. And she sort of accidentally, we were told we weren't allowed to paint, so she decided she was going to do a collage workshop as part of this multidisciplinary. We had done some photography, we had writing, and it sort of was an accidental win. We had taken photos, beautiful photos of a sunflower field and visual art. And then the next week, we came back and she had printed, we had each picked a couple of our favorites and she had them printed. And she said, great, today we're gonna do collages. So cut up your photos. And we were kind of like, oh, but I'm so proud of my photo, right? So it was this thing in your life that was so beautiful and so something you were so proud of, and then you had to rip it down and break it to make something even more beautiful. And at the end, at the exhibition, there's some photos here of both the photos. They did end up printing the photos, we got to keep them, but then also the collages that we'd made that were improving on something that we're already so proud of, which was strangely cathartic, so I wanted to share that story. And then this is, okay, a final story, I promise. So this is a new grant. We heard about this grant from the Ontario Seniors and Accessibility Department, and we were like, it's due next week, let's go. And we developed the Seniors Arts and Music Program, SAMS series. It's a series, not a program. So we are sending music concerts. We have a dance party planned in February for Valentine's Day. We have art classes and writing workshops, and we're sending them to long-term care homes in Mississauga, as well as the hospice. Our very first one was a visual art workshop where people got to paint at the hospice. And it was, the feedback we got from the program manager at the hospice, she was like, this was wonderful, can you come back next week and every week? And so we're trying, but also for the artists involved. Again, from our perspective, the professional artists are being paid professional fees to do their art, which is great, especially in Mississauga. Oh no, ding dang dong. Okay, really quick. Yeah, artists are being, they're not making a huge living, so we want to make sure they get paid. But it's also very fulfilling work for them to see how the art affects the participants. So thank you so much. There we go. Are you guys next?
And I'm going to say that you can find Susan. She'll be here after this session. So our next speaker is two. Gerald Dragon is the team lead for the community development and engagement at Sandy Hill Community Health Center. The SHCHC is part of a strong collective of 13 multi-service centers deeply rooted in the community citywide. They collaborate to share our strengths and support one another to break down barriers and expand access to social determinants of health. The Sandy Hill Community Health Center has a focus on substance use, addictions and mental health, health and wellness, community and social services, and primary care. And he'll be presenting with Valerie Fensky. So Valerie is an experienced nonprofit program coordinator with a background in international studies and Indigenous studies. She's worked for several humanitarian and relief organizations, including Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam Quebec,
Amnesty International, and she's worked in partnership with local school boards in arts education at Mask for 6 years between 2006 and 2012. She recently rejoined Mask as their new community program director and will be overseeing the delivery of Awesome Arts en Folie in collaboration with Sandy Hill Community Health Center and other local partners. Gerald and Valérie.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have to preface by saying it's going to be difficult to contain this just within 10 minutes. I could be here for an hour speaking about this program, so yes, we'll start from there. So my name is Gerald Dragon. I do work at the Sandy Hill Community Health Center just a few blocks from here, and I'm gonna get that direction. And so we are gonna speak about Awesome Arts en Folie. It's a program that we've been doing in partnership with Mask, a longstanding partnership over 11, 12 years. And so this program takes place in Sandy Hill, but it takes place in a particular neighborhood in Sandy Hill, and that's in Strathcona Heights. Strathcona Heights, for those of you who don't know, is an Ottawa community housing neighborhood, one of the largest Ottawa community housing neighborhoods. And it's tucked in between the University of Ottawa and Lee's Station. So if you're ever making your way around that Lee's Bend, if you're ever up by Chapel and Mann, King Edward and Mann, Strathcona Heights is right up the street. And I present that because I don't think many people are aware that there's an Ottawa community housing neighborhood in Sandy Hill. We often picture just around the corner from there, we have Range Road, the $1 million homes of the embassies, the ambassadors, and then just the students who we most think about as being in Sandy Hill. So in Strathcona is where we've presented this program in partnership with Mask since 2012. It's a very multicultural and I say a hyper multicultural neighborhood. Residents composing of various languages, various backgrounds. It's home to many newcomers. It's often a landing spot, the first landing spot for many newcomers before they eventually move on, if they move on. It's also a neighborhood where as soon as we say Ottawa community housing, you can right away picture that many residents are living on lower income. And so when we think of access to the arts, it was hugely important to me at that time, and became more apparent that this was going to be an important program for us to run in the neighborhood, given that most families' access to the arts was limited, whether that was just a matter of income, whether that was a matter of time, just other priorities in life. And so we began this program in 2012, a great partnership that we've continued and looking to further. And
is this one on? So I'll tell you a little bit about what Awesome Arts is, just to give you a bit of background as well. Awesome Arts is Mask's community engaged arts program, which is held in partnership with social service organizations across the community. Awesome Arts offers a series of multidisciplinary artistic workshops to participants of all ages that culminates in a public celebration. The program was launched in 2012 and provides free programming over a 7-week series through which participants explore issues important to their neighborhood, through the arts and in collaboration with professional artists. So these concrete hands-on workshops allow participants to work creatively side by side with neighbors and friends over the course of several weeks to express innovative and productive responses to issues they face. New relationships are built and existing friendships are deepened, creating a safer community to live in. Exploring issues that are important to the community is really a key aspect of the Awesome Arts en Folie experience. The program offers participants a space to discuss their concerns, hopes, dreams, and then to express them in a creative way that allows their thoughts and feelings to take root in their hearts and minds, with a free festival that then allows a platform to explore these issues and share them with the voices of the community. So Gerald will talk to you now about his first experience with Awesome Arts.
so again, gonna have to contain this within 30 seconds. So I was first introduced to Awesome Arts by a colleague who worked at the Lowertown Community Resource Center. I was just curious about opportunities for programming that we could do in our neighborhood. And they said, you should come to this event that we're doing tonight. It's going to be fun, come along. So I came not knowing what I was going to be expecting, but within minutes of walking into the gym, this was at York Street Public School, you can get the buzz was there, like what's about to happen. And, families were coming in, from babies to grandmas, grandpas coming in, and the music just started, and it was like a concert. And I love music, so I'm at shows all the time. This was just so amazing. It was just so enlivening, so enriching, and the experience, you just got pulled into it. And I found myself just looking around every once in a while and just seeing the smiles on people's faces, seeing them, all the pictures, seeing people pointing like, that's my, child up there. And at the end of it, I just said, I need to know who the contact is for this, because this is amazing. This is the kind of thing that we need to see in our neighborhoods, and specifically in Strathcona Heights. To this day, there's no other activity that we do that brings in this many participants and has, the output that Awesome Arts has. I've come to see that this is a way that we can work with our communities. I've said before, I was ignorant back at that time, thinking that arts-based community development was something new, and come to realize that it's actually a 20, 30-year-old practice in Canada. And so I'm so happy to see so many people here who are, coming through that lens and making those bridges, because 12 years ago, thinking that, here we are hitting on something new, which, in community development terms in Ottawa, sure it was, but at the same time too, we're now able to blend that research, to add that research to it, because during these workshops, I would see, as I look at one in particular here, this shy young person who 6 weeks ago, as we heard, was, not speaking with anyone, and then at the end, they are the MC for this event. And so it was a matter of, how do we translate that, what we just witnessed, what we know to be true, into that research component to help us when we're applying for funds. So behind us, you're seeing, over 10 years of pictures. Some of these, I'm getting ready to say young kids. They're not young kids anymore, because for some of them are in first-year university, second-year university. They've gone on to become peers. They've gone on to become mentors. There's going to be an upcoming picture of a young person 2 or 3 years ago. I ran into them, and I hadn't seen them pretty much COVID years. I hadn't seen them in 3 or 4 years. And we just had a quick conversation, and it was about, what's going on? How are you doing? And, as soon as they began to speak, they stopped within 10 seconds and just realized oh, I'm doing film and media studies at Concordia University, and I just realized that spark came from Awesome Arts. So thank you so much for that opportunity to participate in this program, because here I am in university now, and I'm following that path. And so we have, I guess, somewhat of a tagline in Awesome Arts, and it's that the power of the arts to influence, but overall just the power of the arts to move you. And so I think with Maram is her name, and we'll probably finish just as we get to her. She is a perfect example of how the arts can be used as a medium to propel you through life as you move forward, and bring you to that direction. I was just in contact with her just 2 days ago, sharing opportunities for funding. So she's right now creating films herself, and doing all of that work that comes with being a film student. I'm just waiting for us to get to her, because I know. Here she is right here. So here she is. This is Maram in the picture here. She's probably 12 years old. This was one of our first workshops, and she was our very first Cinepoem participant. And so it's just so great that she's gone on to do film and media studies. Thank you.
So we have one more pair of speakers, Deborah Chandler and Charlotte Cumberbirch. So Deborah has been the Executive Director of Concerts in Care since 2017, taking professional live music to a wide variety of seniors' living situations across Ontario. From 2003 until 2010, she was the National Director of Piano Plus, a classical music touring program taking Canada's finest musicians to smaller and more remote communities across Canada. She also directed national projects for Orchestras Canada and Canada Council, production of 3 Bach festivals at the University of Toronto, and strategy sessions with smaller arts and social services groups. After beginning her career as an artist manager, she managed chamber players of Toronto with Agnes Grossman and Paavo Järvi, and then became director of music administration for the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra under Bram Tovey, producing the Winnipeg New Music Festival for 2 years. She's lived in Toronto for 40 years, but returns to her native Nova Scotia annually, and now to Europe, where her children reside. It's great to send them off to wonderful places, right? Yeah. She keeps musical juices flowing by singing with Voca Chorus in Toronto. And she'll be presenting with Charlotte Cumberbirch, who's a multifaceted professional musician and music therapist with a diverse background. Charlotte holds a Bachelor of Music in Voice Performance from the University of British Columbia in 2000, a Master's in Performance from the Université de Montréal in 2008, and a Master's in Music Therapy from Concordia University in 2022. She performs with several professional ensembles in Montreal, including le Studio de Musique Ancienne de Montréal, the Orchestre Symphonique de Montréal Choir, and La Chapelle du Québec. She is also a board member of the Union des Artistes, and since September 2023, she has served as the artistic director of La SAMS, Quebec's largest network of musicians, presenting tailored concerts in healthcare settings. So welcome.
So, thank you very much for inviting us. We are part of a loose national association that began in 2006 in BC, moved to Quebec in 2009, Ontario 2011, then to Alberta, Saskatchewan, and to the Atlantic provinces. And collectively, we present almost 3,000 concerts for seniors per year. She's doing half of them.
Me personally, just me.
Yeah. Anyway, it is an incredibly important and wonderful work, and I thought I would be able to see these, but anyway, we're serving long-term, it is very small, long-term and assisted living, long-term and memory care, assisted living, retirement living. We also do across the country libraries and so on, but in Ontario, I'm doing shelters where 50% of the population are seniors, and supportive living, day programs, usually through really fun interactive Zoom concerts. And Charlotte will tell you more of what she's doing, but we do a huge range of music. We started off all classical, now we do jazz, American Songbook, Caribbean, steel pan. Took me a long time to find those people who would pay in the middle of the day for rates, like basic rates. Anyway, Chinese pipa, Japanese koto, klezmer, all sorts. If you need it, we'll find it. And they're all professional and they're all paid. And, because we find that quality matters. So what I wanted to say to start off, which I forgot, is that, let me just bring this up so that I don't mess up.
While Deborah's doing this, I just want to say Deborah and I met for the first time, in person yesterday. So this is really lovely, and I'm listening to your bio going, oh, really? Really? I didn't know. That's cool.
Really? That happened to you? Yeah. It's not coming up properly. There we go. So what we want to get you to get out of this altogether is that live professional music makes a positive difference in the hours and the days of seniors, of the healthcare staff and care partners, and of the musicians. These are special for them. And as Daisy said this morning, anticipation of the event enlivens the entire facility. The staff members work to get ready so they can take part in it. The enjoyment of the music, the learning about the music and the instruments and the people themselves, and talking to the musicians, these are all shared experiences for seniors and staff to talk about, to think about, and remember. And bringing top musicians from the community into where they live creates community. And so that's really where we're going with this today. And I think...
Do you want to do the next slide? And I'll do... The person with the last name Cumberbirch is going to speak in French. Alors, présente, on est présente partout au Québec. La SAMS, la Société pour les arts en milieu de santé, apporte les bienfaits de la musique aux personnes vulnérables, aînées ou présentes en milieu de santé grâce à des prestations musicales offertes par des artistes professionnels. So like Deborah said, we have a twofold mandate at La SAMS. One is obviously to bring music and sort of high quality musical experiences to people in underserved communities and in healthcare settings. But the other part of it is also to build these bridges between the arts community and the healthcare community. So some of our artists have been with us for 15 years, which is, SAMS this year celebrated our 15th anniversary. I've only been with them for 1 year. But some of our musicians have been there since the very beginning, and this is something that they do that really, ils prennent ça au cœur. It's very, very important to them. Alors, ce projet s'est inspiré de celui de la Health Art Society, le HeARTcare, fondé en 2006 en Colombie-Britannique, where I'm from. Depuis sa création en 2009, la SAMS a présenté près de 11 000 concerts et activités musicales dans plus de 850 établissements. Quebec is a big piece of territory, guys. Do you want to go to maybe the impact slides?
That's where we are.
Great.
Okay. So, you can see from the quote that we do make a difference. It's all about connection. It's all about enlivening the environment. And it's the relief, and it's the joy, and it's the sharing that really, really makes a difference. I'm not going to read all the slides, but just here in Ontario, we're doing 475 concerts. We're only in just under 100 facilities of the 1,400 that exist. Yeah. We're scratching the surface.
So part of that is about funding, and part of the way we get funding is through research. So actually, can you go to the next?
Yep.
What we have, or if you want to stay on that one, you can.
Yeah,
what we're doing, one of our new research projects that we just did, cette année, on a entamé une collaboration avec le docteur Julia Chabot, qui est une chercheuse en gériatrie, dans laquelle les artistes SAMS ont été filmés à 360 degrés par des caméras en réalité virtuelle. Don't ask me how it works, I'm just a musician. Mais les patients de l'hôpital St. Mary's et l'UGM porteront des casques spécialement conçus pour vivre un concert VR depuis leur lit. So we filmed our artists in 360 degrees so that seniors living in long-term care will be able to experience a VR concert wearing sort of specialized, apparently very comfortable cask. I asked my mom about what she would require. My 87-year-old mom, do you want to wear a headset? Anyway, so we are going to be having this information come to us in the next year or two, which will be able to put sort of very salient facts on all the stuff we've been talking about, and similar to what we heard in the earlier presentation about the need to have research to sort of like prove the point that we already know, those of us in this environment.
The magic of concerts is almost self-explanatory. The group experience, there have been experiments you may have seen with Yannick Nézé-Séguin and Yuja Wang. They wired everybody in the concert hall up, and within minutes, their heartbeats and their breathing were all synced. So this happens in a small room with 50 seniors as well. It's a beautiful thing. 1 minute.
Yeah, let's go
Just skip this
to
one.
the end and go to the quotes, the observations.
Observations are being collected because we are also doing research in a 3-year program funded by NSERC and Canada Council for the Arts in their first partnership. And I'm working with Sheridan Centre for Elder Research, looking at the effects of live music on frontline healthcare staff. It's phenomenal.
I want to end with a quote that we got. We have this, we ask residents for their comments afterwards, and I have a recent one that was submitted by, it says, pour la majorité des personnes, so most people, grand bonheur et joie. They were experiencing, happiness and joy. For some, c'est un moment de détente et amusement. Et puis elle a dit, pour 2 personnes, nostalgie et tristesse. And I want to end with that just because it's such an important thing to look at the whole person in these situations, and that this is an opportunity for people in long-term care to be able, and in healthcare settings, to be able to have access of parts of their emotional selves that they might not otherwise have. And so it's not just medical interaction, it's a whole person interaction and a whole emotion interaction via the arts that also the artist receives as well.
Thank you for listening. We'll be around for questions. It's a beautiful, important work, and we're privileged to do it.
Amen.
Well, that was amazing. We do have 10 minutes for questions. So thank you, timekeeper. That was wonderful. So can I just, pop your hand up? We've got people, I think, walking around with the microphone. Any questions from anybody? Yeah.
You mean us?
We are all provincially incorporated. We come from the same founder, which was David Lemon, who years ago out in BC, and the EDs meet regularly. The board chairs and EDs meet quarterly to talk about possible national funding opportunities, and we share what works and what doesn't, and we, especially during COVID, how are you doing your videos? How are you doing your Zooms? Are we going to do this? So we share a lot of information, but we operate independently.
We serve the English community as well, but we are based in Quebec, so everything is done in French. Alors, la SAMS, but we also are in the English community, but it is majoritairement francophone, but yeah, for sure. But there is, again, these organizations exist in, so many other parts of the country where they would be also in English. Yeah.
I will also say that we've had our first exchanges with Indigenous communities. We went back to Wikwemikong Nursing Home on Manitoulin for the second time yesterday, and once again, their elder drum circle played for us. And that is something to behold, because none of those men were allowed to play as young men. And it's just the most beautiful thing. And so we approached it not as, can we come and do a concert, but can we share some storytelling? Is there something that your people would like to share with us? We don't want to impose, but we'd love to come because we have a program, storytelling about dance and all of these things. We were welcomed with open arms, and the same at Curve Lake near Peterborough. So there's all sorts of things possible, even when you're coming with Western or country or whatever music. It's that universal language. The music matters. We had a woman stand up at Wikwemikong last year, and Gloria stood up and sang us a Hank Williams tune in Ojibwe. It was great.
Awesome. Any other questions?
I have the mic over here. This is sort of a question that I wanted to ask during the Jeff Thomas presentation, but I think it touches on the work of basically everything we've seen today. But I'm thinking about documentation. And especially some of the photos that we capture of the work that we do and how important those photos are for telling the story of our work and for getting funding for our work. And maybe I'll put Gerald and the MASK team on the spot just because it's such a unique opportunity to see a project that has been so long-term in your community. And I think this is something we've discussed before, but how do you go about, or how are you thinking about documentation in your programming and how that impacts the people in the program and how to approach that from an ethical perspective, over the years as you're interacting with them at different points in their lives, and still trying to keep the project going and be able to tell all the good stories of the work that you're doing.
So I could speak to one part of that, which is that with MASK, I know we have media release forms. So certainly for all of our school programs, we have those signed by the teachers who will identify if there are any particular students who should not be photographed for various reasons. And we send out documentation to let them know how those photos would be utilized in publications or grants. So we do get consent and usually send photos of the photos that we've selected will go back to the parents as well. So I can speak to that part. For the Awesome Arts, as has been mentioned, I've just rejoined the team a month ago, and our wonderful executive director has been the one to oversee the program since its inception in 2012. She could probably answer that more in depth, but are you familiar with how it works at your end?
Yeah, so similarly, as we do it in partnership, all those consent forms and things like that are signed. But in all honesty, when we speak to parents, and we speak to parents initially, and it's like, what is this going to be? But the final product speaks for itself. And so, once we have, those consent forms, we do the projects and then are showing them the pictures. Yes, they're often asking, can I get one of these at home myself as well too? So they're absolutely engaging in the work that's happening. As I show in the photos, many of those children are now young adults. And so they also appreciate looking back at some of those things. Sometimes it's funny to see yourself as a 5, 6, 7-year-old, and now you're 2021. But the other part as well too that I'll speak to is for, I have CJ, Claudia, there's several artists, Edgar, who we've worked with over the years. And so those pieces of art, one of the very important things of this is the art that's created is meant to be art that's returned back to the community, the Strathcona Heights community, but also the wider community. So all of those videos, we actually didn't get to show our videos, but they're all up in an Awesome Arts page. I think it's through Mask or Awesome Arts. So you can see all of the videos that we've done through Lower Town, through Sandy Hill, through Vanier. As well too, there's huge murals within Sandy Hill, and that's what I was getting ready to speak to. Claudia sitting here has a mural that's right on the front of Viscount Alexander. So if you're ever over by Man and King Edward Avenue, which is University of Ottawa area, there's this beautiful mural that goes along the front of the school, 32 feet long. And I love looking at that mural as I'm going on the O train and just passing over by the University of Ottawa. It's just such a great, bright visual. And I myself, who painted a little dove on there, every time that I go by, I remember I painted that. And the children tell me that exact same thing as well too. Sorry, young people tell me that exact same thing. There's murals throughout the school that they've also worked on, and they come in, they still participate in programs there, and they point, I painted that. So they're very much engaging with the work that they've done, once upon a time, and are still very proud to share that this was something I did 10 years ago.
One of the points I also didn't get to mention during the presentation was the legacy project. So one of the important aspects is not only having a diversity of art forms in this programming to appeal to different interests and to draw out folks that normally wouldn't be drawn to dance, but now have the opportunity to try it. So though there's that aspect, but also that multitude allows for a really engaging festival at the end of the 7 weeks and creates, as we're saying, a lot of wonderful material that we can use for grant applications, that we have projects that are up around the city. We can use videos and promotional activities as well. So that is one of the pieces of it. Any other questions for anyone else on the panel?
I think right here, besides CJ.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Claudia. Yes. Yes, so we do try to ensure that the programming is continued in the same neighborhoods year after year, as much as funding will allow for that. So while we've worked in dozens of communities over the last 12 years, we do make sure to try to go back to the same communities so that we are working with the same children and then youth as they're aging out of the program. And as Gerald mentioned, potentially even then going on to further study in those fields. We also work intergenerationally, so we'll have programs from 5 years old up to 95 years old and pairing partnerships with teens, for example, and seniors sharing projects. And also for newly arrived Canadians who may not have extensive Canadian official language skills, there's opportunities to build relationships and trust and develop connections to the community through the arts as well.
So I'm being cut off. Does that mean we have 1 more minute? 1 minute for one question.
Hi, thank you for all your presentations. It's great to see so many people and organizations organizing kind of art initiatives for the community. I specifically wanted to call on my colleague Andrea to talk more about some of the more kind of passive programs, and because I've noticed that a lot of the talks today initiatives are talking about art making and people using art making as a form of healthcare. But I also think there's a lot to be said for more of a passive engagement where you go to a museum or go see art, and that creates discourse and it combats loneliness and mental health issues. And I specifically am pointing that out because I just remember, especially during the pandemic, it highlighted the need for that, and doctors kind of telling patients to go and visit a museum. But I just remember there was a charity in a Dutch charity that kind of organized with the Rijksmuseum people who were terminally ill, were bedridden, could not leave the bed, and they basically paid for ambulances to to wheel their beds into the Rijksmuseum as their dying wish to see art. And I thought that was a really kind of powerful message about how important some people see art and engage with. And I just think it also just brings people together to talk about things. So, sorry, Andrea, if you can talk a bit about the programs that you put on. And also, there's so many people in the healthcare field. I really encourage you, I mean, you're at the Ottawa Art Gallery, but there's also people from other arts organizations here to kind of talk with them and see kind of programs that could be beneficial in the future. That's it.
Yeah, thanks, Whitney. The well-being programs that are at the National Gallery of Canada are sort of new. And right now we're focusing on my program that I started about 9 years ago for people living with dementia. The program that I presented here was a new initiative, and I explained how that sort of came about, but one of the unanticipated benefits was that final comment that I made about the impact on the individuals who saw being able to use art for their own well-being. And these are folks that are working in the healthcare field with a variety of stressors, as we heard earlier today from those rapid fire in particular. We are evolving as we see the social prescription. We're going down that road at the National Gallery. Everything takes a long time at the National Gallery, but that's, we're doing good work. Using art for one's own personal well-being and for those social connections is very important, as we've seen proven time and time again, in particularly through the dementia program that we have at the gallery, as well as all others. But I'm so conscious of time that I would encourage you, if you would like to know more about some of the programs at the gallery, I brought cards with me. I would love to make connections as much as possible with several of you that are here. So thanks, Whitney, for that opportunity.
And I'm going to shut it down here, but I think what you just said was really amazing. This is the end of the Paths Forward panel. And so I think all of the groups really emphasized Paths Forward in their own programming. But what you said, I think, summarizes the whole day and even yesterday, and that is make connections. This is the first time that some of you have even met each other, and it's phenomenal. Everybody's got business cards, and that's how you do this, and hopefully those connections will stay strong after this. So I think we have now 2 minutes for a break, and we're back again, Carol, I believe at 3. Okay. 3 till 3:15. So we have until 3:15? 3:15, you get to just take a deep breath and have a little bit of time off. Thank you.
I miscommunicated because I had the majority of what I forgot to say.
Oh, like for the slide?
Yeah.
Because I was flashing through and I was like, I did get to launch and I was like, I think but then it came over.
We just met this week, Carol.
Yeah. It's just December 2nd. I realized that. I was like, oh, wait a minute, December 2nd is way down the road. I was originally going to be away, but no, I think this year is not road. Oh, she is away. I wasn't piecing those together. Okay, that's right. Okay, because I was thinking of supposed to get Mia this trip, and I was like, a little walk slow. Okay.
And then as it turned out, I think something happened with that. I'm assuming it was the cyclone or bomb weather thing that happened in BC. She wasn't doing But anyway, yes. So for December 2nd, I'll send Alex. I'll run it past you for sort of a shortened down version. In fact, if there's images that you particularly like from that presentation, let me know if they want, and then I'll update the PowerPoint to a 5-minute.
Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say that's even shorter, right?
Yeah. I know when he showed up, when he put the 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I was like, oh, we talked for 7 minutes already? Oh, well, it's so funny, right? Because that was, I barely discussed that. Yeah. You got to write something for 3 minutes. And now, you get as an adult, whatever that point you Goodness, I only have 3 minutes?
And you have so much more
Yeah,
experience to
yeah,
share.
right? So it's just funny how that happens.
The only part I feel badly about is that I didn't get to say specific things about the program, so I'm glad Claudia brought that up.
Yes, yeah.
But next time I'll hit those buttons. But thank you.
No, no,
for doing this
well, thank
together.
you for stepping in.
I'd always thought that was like,
But that model is so effective, and all of our guides use ETS in some form or another. But even if you see that it's just a facilitation, we have a tool now on the website that is dedicated to just our healthcare professionals to do ETS and to draw for the experience. Art and practice, so that's based on my experience.
To get the mic on. Oh, it is on. Hi, everyone. We are 10 after 3. 10 after 3. Does anyone else feel like they might need a little movement moment? Anyone feeling it? Does anyone know how to lead a movement thing? Anyone in the room really keen on leading? Otherwise, it's up to me, and you don't know what you'll get. So, anyone? No? Okay. Okay. Well, let's spend a little time doing some movement. I feel like the people in the back aren't invested yet. Is everyone invested in some movement? We've all been. This is going to be an hour and a half of chatting. You will have a lot of time to connect with people and chat. And I know we said 3:15, so we're going to like slowly get into it. Wait for people to come back from the washroom. But okay. So if it's available to you, go ahead and stand up. If not, feel free to do this sitting down. I'm making this up as I go along, so please don't judge. But I think, yes, find what feels good. Carol's got it. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do a little stretch, and we're going to stretch over here. And then if folding over feels like a thing you want to do, let's do that. Slightly bend your knees. Don't hurt your lower backs, folks. Okay. And then I feel like I want to say no. No. And then I want to say yes. Yes, up and down. And then another thing that feels good is like tense up your shoulders really tight up to your ears and hold it there. And then on the count of 3, you're going to release it and go, ugh. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. Up to the ears. Okay, great. What else feels good? Who else wants to, do we do a little, I feel like I'm doing this, hips side to side. Do like noodle arms, noodle arms, noodle arms. Slap yourself side to side. It feels so good. You've been sitting for so long. We're getting that energy. Whew. Okay, noodle arms. Have we accomplished what we needed to accomplish? Is there anything else? Yeah, okay, back there, someone is doing this. Oh, yeah. Starfish it out. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Is everyone back? Do we feel like this is everyone? Do we want to get the thing? Yeah? Okay, we're going to dive in. It's happening. Okay, I need 10 minutes. Okay, timer. Okay, so introduction to the workshop. So I just want to say thank you, first of all, for all of the sharing, all the stories. It really is a privilege and an honor to be here with a group of people who are so passionate and so dedicated, and I've learned so much. I've learned that art is keeping us biologically younger, and yet we can't get it funded. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, okay, so let's dive in. So the goal of the next hour and a half or so is to build the world we wish existed in arts and health. You know, no big deal. We're going to make it happen. No, seriously, the goals of the session are: 1, you're going to reflect on your key takeaways from the symposium and what you're committed to carrying forward in your work. So that was the homework we talked about earlier. And then we're going to collaborate to identify key priorities for scaling positive change through arts and health. So we all have different ideas of how that's possible, and we're a very diverse, large group. So we're going to move our way through a process to try and make this easy. So we have this like huge issue, this huge complex thing that we're going to try and solve as a diverse team, and we need to, at the end of our time together, find a few narrow points in the river that we can cross this big, complex question. Okay, I am also wanting to commit to visually describing the slides that are up. So any words that I don't speak, they're all words, really. So I will speak all the words on the slides, is what I'm saying. Also, I am using a technology that I am new to. So if you're new to it, we can be in this together in the newness. But essentially, it allows me to collect anonymously your feedback and ideas on the questions that we're going to discuss together. So there's a card on the table that helps you access the Wi-Fi, and feel free to go to the website menti.com and use that code at the top, or if you want, you can scan that QR code, and it will just flip as I flip, and you can participate in the questions as we go. And a lot of this is going to be, you know, discussion. So, okay, did that work for everyone? Any issues on the technology before we move ahead? Okay. And again, the code, thank you. Thank you. Visual chauvinist. Okay, menti.com, that's MENTI.com. And the code is 48370863. And the code is 48370863. Okay. Everyone feeling good about that? Thumbs up from the back. Okay. So once again, goals are to reflect on key takeaways and collaborate on key priorities. Okay, so let's try the technology out. So what's one word that describes how you're feeling at the end of this long day? So great. So if you go on there you go, we're starting to collect some words. Is anyone having an issue that they would like someone to come over and help them with the technology? Feel free, don't be shy. Okay, it's working. Oh, that's wonderful. Sleepy, I feel seen. Excited, stimulated. Inspired is a winner. This is a really great, good but full of info. Yep. Okay, great. Okay, so we're generally an excited bunch, and we're ready to dive in, I think. Vindicated. Ooh, who wrote Vindicated? I'm curious about that story. We'll get into that later. That's I love that. That's really good. Okay, curious. Okay, so I have a couple more of these slides just to get a sense of how we're doing in the room. We're still collecting. 45. Okay, I'm going to move forward here. So this will help us get a sense of who's in the room. So where does most of your work sit? So right now on the slide, we've got two spheres, like a Venn diagram. On the left, we have arts sector. On the right, we have health sector, and then they overlap. So there's, an area in the middle. So if this visual slide is not accessible to you, feel free to text in where you feel most of your work sits, in the arts, the health sector, or at the intersection. Okay, so this is really interesting. Gives us a sense of where people self-identify their work. So I also like this slide because it shows us that, we've got the health sector and the arts sector, and these are two distinct systems that are set up to produce very specific outcomes. And there are projects and initiatives and people pulling resources from each of these systems to make this exciting work happen. So how can we build up strength at the intersection, right? To make the work more resilient. Okay, next question. This is plotting your work across arts, health, research, and practice. So we've got two axes. We've got arts and health along a continuum. That would be the x-axis, and the y is practice at the top and research at the bottom. So these aren't opposites, but you can locate your work in a spectrum. So let's say you're a curator, you would probably find yourself in the lower left quadrant because you're more in the arts research field. But if you are a family physician, perhaps you are in the health practice quadrant. So again, feel free to text in the answer to where you plot your work. Okay, good diversity. So we're much, okay, research. Where's my researchers? Okay, maybe this is something we need to discuss. Okay, this is great. Okay, has everyone had a chance? And we only had 35, and we had 45 on the earlier question. The code, yes, so menti.com. You got it? Okay, no problem, Claudia. Okay, we're gonna wait for Claudia, because this is gonna be good, okay. How much time do I have? Oh, got lots of time. This intro is gonna be delightful. Okay, so is anything surprising about this to anyone? Does anyone want to? We've got a good cross-section, right? Is that? Okay. Have you contributed, Claudia? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so our first question that we were holding in mind, we're gonna do this just as a personal reflection. So what is one insight from today that you wanna carry forward into your work? Why isn't more of this taught and respected in fine arts universities? Word. I don't have the answer to that. What do you think? Okay, so let's, does everyone feel ready to, have you reflected on this already, or do we want to spend some time personally gathering? Yeah, everyone is nodding yes. So maybe let's move on to turn to someone in your table, in your area, and share with that person how does this personal reflection, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a step. If you have the ability to add your insight, go ahead and do that now. Or if you need a minute, that's fine too. Can I get 15 minutes? We're done. Ready to move on? We're in the next section. 15 minutes, please. I need to time myself so I don't lose track. Okay, get more involved. Impact. Need a way to keep up to date with everything. Okay, so maybe spend a time one-on-one with someone at your table and tell that person what it is, something that struck you from the today that was like a really important insight, and how it's helped you think about how you're going to address a challenge in your work. Ooh. So many programs. Neurological or physiological uniqueness. Brains. I wish we had music. Take down the side. Is there, yeah, are we still adding our thoughts to the slide? Does that feel? Move on, okay. Move up. Oh yeah, here we go. Thank you, Kate. You've used this before, I can tell. That's great. I appreciate the assist. Okay. So a lot of reflection on, yeah, so much is happening. There's so much great data. Okay. So value and programs is essential. I will keep this up, keep contributing, but this is really an opportunity for you to connect in your tables, right? So have a discussion with someone about something that struck you and how it's helping you think through a current challenge in your work. And if it's not the insight you added, that's fine too. Just have a discussion. Okay. Feels like people are chatting. It's going to be good. Yeah. Okay, how's it going? Are we having good chats, good discussions? Just wanted to point out that I have moved, you can start to input your responses to the question, how could this insight help address a current challenge in my work? So feel free to put those in as you chat. Keep chatting, it's all good. Yeah, so this is, we have an hour left, so that's fine. We have the next thing is to do the table, to get into, and then to discuss the resources in that area. Okay, you have about 5 minutes left on this before we move forward, just to let you know. Does anyone want to share? Is anyone feeling like they want to get on the mic and share their insight? Okay. Yep.
Basically, what we've been talking about at this table is there's a lot of great work being done, but it's all in isolation. We don't know what each other is doing, which is why today has been so valuable. I've learned a tremendous amount. So the challenge now is to how do we connect everybody? How do we keep the momentum going for this so we don't have another pilot project-itis phase where we leave with lots of energy and commitment and then we're all too busy doing other things and it just peters out. But also, how do we convince governments that, to be blunt, are reactionary, don't value art as an integral form of human activity, to convince them? And it's unfortunately going to be through cost savings, as we learned from the morning plenary. So how do we get the research involved to show the benefits of these projects, the interconnectivity between arts, science, health, et cetera, to show how complementary they are and therefore that is the conduit through which they will be funded. It's unfortunate that that's what it is, but in the current model with parsimonious governments, that's just the way it works, so.
Thanks, Eileen. Does anyone have anything to add to that? Or another insight they wanted to share and how it relates to a challenge, if you've already shared it? Yeah.
Okay, so does everybody remember in their life, or has anybody experienced seeing poetry up on the inside rounded corners of buses and trains? So wouldn't it be cool if there was something like that? I mean, when we think about what the demographic is and the age that we are or our parents are, wouldn't it be cool if there was somebody, you know, running the Ottawa train station or the LRT who had a parent in long-term care, and would think, oh, it would be really cool to have something up there, like these really positive statements, like real positive statements that come from the research, or the mouths of people who have, for instance, been at Bruyere and seen all the incredible music stuff that's going on there. And it would be so cool if there were comments like, you know, from like Mrs. McPhee. Today or this week, we had 5 music performances and my life will be changed living here now. Or there were so many good comments that we've seen there. And I think the problem is like here we are all believers. We're all speaking to people who are already going, yes, yes, like I believe it. Like oh, look at all these other people who believe in it. So it would be so cool if like Joe and Mary Common, who aren't experiencing or who aren't thinking along our wave, would be reading these things on the inside of public transport, or, you know, along the banners of like anywhere that public information could be funded. But I think about how incredible finding poetry snippets in buses are, and these are poetic and heartfelt and could change the way we look at aging and care.
But that would be like a dream come true. What we're talking here is how can we get that done? How can we find the funding? How can we find the person who would say, yes, I will pay for that, because it's so difficult to get through the regular channels, right? The grant, there's no budget for this. So we are all believers, we want to do a lot, but where do we find the money to do those things that we want to do? So we need to get out of these walls. So how can we create like channels for more appreciation for art and health impact, which doesn't exist?
Thank you, Claudia, CJ, Eileen. So I'm hearing better ways to capture the impact, better ways to share the stories of the impact and reach a public awareness, and also the challenges around funding. Anyone else had a discussion around challenges that they wanted to share before we, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, there's so much here happening today that I was not aware of. And it seems like it's just the magnification of what's already happening through publicity or whatever means we have to do that. And in parallel to what they were saying about poetry, I was at the QCH hospital. I had a stroke 11 years ago. And my eyes were thirsty for art. I kept looking in the hallways, and there was nothing. It was vapid. So when I got out of there, I donated art to the hospital, to the ICU and to the rehab unit, and at least there was something there. But I could see art on the walls of hospitals makes a huge difference when you're lying in a bed and there's nothing to look at.
Thank you so much for that contribution. Anyone else? Just gonna, oh, yep. I'm gonna go over to you in a second. Has everyone added what they wanted to add to this slide? The next thing I want you to think about is this, and let's go over to take your comment.
Thank you. It's in the same sense the comment that was raised is that we all agree together, we all on the same wavelength, right? But we have to get out of there, and we have to go to those who make policies. And one of the article by Fancourt is exactly that. is how to influence policymakers. Well, there's no policymakers here as far as I know, and how can they know? And they have to be reached through information like this, but participating, and then they be convinced, because we are convinced. We're validating ourselves, but we're no problem there. But it's to convince those who make policies where funding can come through. That's where the challenge is to me.
Thank you. Did you have Jennifer? No, okay. Okay, so, oh, hand up, Karen.
Yeah, just to build off some themes that were coming up and we were kind of touching on our table, thinking about how to expand the impact of an artistic experience, expand the participation, expand the buy-in for this kind of work. I've been really inspired by, the programs today, especially thinking in a healthcare setting that aren't maybe for the person who, or not just for the person who requires the healthcare intervention. Like I loved hearing about how the caregivers and the staff in Kim and Rachel's programs were engaged as well. So they also get to learn the story of the positive benefits or the arts. We were talking about, funding opportunities that are maybe for kind of a go-to specific audience, but maybe in your creative idea that you bring to the table, it opens up who that audience could be. So, we had a program that was for older adults, and we said, okay, we're going to look at older adults and disability, and so we're able to have benefits that can benefit both those communities. Or if you have an older adult program that can be intergenerational, and then children get to learn, or youth, or even adults get to learn more about that impact, and just kind of expanding that knowledge and capacity on a grassroots level as well.
Thank you, that's great. Is there anyone else who wanted to share on a challenge that they were discussing at their table? So the next invitation is really to think about how the challenge you've identified fits within or interacts with one of these action areas. Feel free to also, if there's something you feel is missing, to add that using the tool or using the text. So on the screen, we have mentorship and education, research, advocacy and policy, impact measurement and evaluation, funding and financial support, partnerships, and community engagement. And the invitation is to vote on which, or I suppose add which one you think your current challenge, the one you've been discussing, is related to. And as you think about doing this, we're actually going to be splitting up into little sub-teams to discuss the topics. So if there's one that feels particularly resonant to you that you want to discuss.
I don't have a clear statement of these things, but I think we're ignoring an elephant in the room, which is that the healthcare system is falling apart and that it's economically driven, and that to figure out where the arts fit in healthcare, we should be looking for the drivers of change for the healthcare system in the larger context and see where the arts fits in with those drivers. Now, identifying the drivers of change is quite difficult, and in thinking about it here at the table, two that you might pick would be the national/international economics, eras of prosperity, eras of less prosperity, and the other is the healthcare system economics. I think money sits behind all these things. We can talk about all the nice experiences and small-scale great things that we're talking about here, but unless we address the big money, I don't think we'll ever get off the ground in a major way.
So I think Martin has just declared himself on team funding and financial support. Is anyone else here interested in this topic? Okay, Claudia, why don't you come? You're in the team as well? Okay, so the next little part of our time together is to, whatever it is you selected, or maybe if it's something you didn't select, but you are curious to join a group discussion about this, we are going to reshuffle ourselves in tables. So let's just start with funding and financial support. Anyone who wants to discuss that can move over here. So it's like a get up and move kind of situation. And then who wants to be on team mentorship and education? Okay, so this table is mentorship and education. And who wants to be on team research? Thank you, Haley. Can you help me with this part? This was a lot smoother in my imagination. Okay, who wants to be, yes, team research? We don't want to talk about research. That we saw it in the plot graph before, clearly is this research? No? It's up to you. What? Okay, so advocacy and policy development, this is a big team. Okay, Eileen and over here with Alex, these two tables, advocacy and policy development, or you can just join forces. Impact measurement and evaluation. Okay, back in the back. I can do that one. Impact measurement and evaluation. Ooh. Funding and financial support over there with Martin. Partnerships, that's a big team too. Here, these two tables, join together. Okay, and finally, but not least, community engagement. Okay, over here with Karen and Amy. Community engagement. Hey, Lily. Okay. Feel free to like expand the circle. Yes, okay, perfect. There's no one partnering with partnership. Can someone please? Oh, mentorship. Okay, so we're not talking about, great. Go on to something else. What appeals to you?
I'll look around.
Okay. Okay, great. So now that we're all in our teams, no one picked other, correct? No one picked other. So the group discussion, I know we're all very excited to be in our new teams and the dynamics. So what resource is most needed to support arts and health within your selected action area? Are you guys, what's that? There is no research table. You can be the research person if you want. Okay, research and impact measurement. They found each other. That's great. Yeah. Look at this. Is this partnership? Two tables together? I love it. It's very illustrative. Okay. Okay. So I lost my timekeeper, but okay, it's fine. So we have 20 minutes in our teams to discuss this question. What resource is most needed to support arts and health within your selected action area and why? And so I'm going to put up another slide. You can add ideas as you go. You can have a brainstorming moment, but do try to, share in your circle and discuss what resources are needed and why. Are there any questions about that or more humans? Yeah. Oops, sorry, Kate. Okay. How are the discussions going? Need more time. Okay. We have about 5 minutes just to get through this portion of it. And then we're going to shift from problems to possibilities. If I can ask, as you're contributing to this slide, include your action area as well as you put your ideas up about the resources needed. Thanks. So we have the community engagement team has already reported back. Does anyone want to unpack time, care? Want to share a little bit about the resources needed? It's great. Yes, if one person in each team wants to be the note taker, that's helpful too. Oh, I love this. This is great. How are you doing? Everything? No. Okay. Well, you guys, someone needs to log in. Ooh, bold claims. Impact and measurement team is making some bold claims. I love it. So, do we have? You're in the insight question. That's okay. Are you able to go to the next slide? People just need more time. Okay, how's everybody feeling? Have we had a good chance to share? This is a huge team, so how did it go? Good? Okay, did we manage to avoid the common knowledge effect and we all participated from our own expertise? Okay. I don't see any of your, it's up there? Okay, does someone from the table want to share, report back what the main ideas were? Community and government. Okay. Here. Do you want to take it over, Andrea? Okay, I'm on my way. Here, I'll give you the.
Give me a microphone. Only child extrovert. Don't give her a microphone. Where'd it go? Oh, yeah. Okay, so we had database, peer support network, unified messaging, and advocacy. And that's for the partnership table, and also intersectional mentorship.
So the partnership team says we need a database, we need peer support networks, unified messaging and advocacy, and we also need intersectional mentorship. The community engagement team, time and care, lots of ideas from the community engagement team. Can someone over here contribute? Here, Haley.
I think one of the biggest things we talked about was time as a resource and the multiple ways that that can be used. Like care was a big idea of if we're engaging with our community, we need to give them the time and care necessary, not a transactional relationship. But time also figures into funding. Thank you. So time also goes into funding. We need time to build those resources, also into long-term planning so that we have stability for our organizations and for our staff. What else? Anyone else want to say something?
Wonderful, thank you. I think the policy and advocacy team is deep in conversation. Maybe we can get some thoughts from over here. Someone want to share, report back?
Hi, everybody. So we talked about what moves governments, as I mentioned before. Unfortunately, these days it's money, and it's how do you save money by implementing art. It's as grubby as that. The gentleman over there talked about the healthcare system in crisis, so this is how we will go about it. We need a brick, i.e. Synthesis of all the marvelous data that we saw this morning in terms of beneficial outcomes, but we also need the one-pager of key messages that are easily digestible across a variety of audiences, i.e. art saves money, art makes people feel good, that sort of thing. We talked about different audiences over and above governments, so policy and decision makers. We talked a lot about healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, people across the continuum of care. We talked about changes to curricula because a lot of healthcare professionals are not educated about art. They're never exposed to it unless they go to an art gallery themselves. We also talked about patients or clients because they don't know the benefits of art making. So how do we appeal to a broad swath of audiences to see art as a public good for everybody? And we also talked about seeing art as an extra, an ephemeral, a throwaway. It's not like a hard science. It's not like meat and potatoes, whereas we saw this morning, art is essential. So how do we do that? How do we remove that stigma? We also talked about the gender analysis or applying a gender analysis because Neva mentioned she works primarily with men. Women are much more readily engaging in art and art practice than men because they feel as though it's feminine. They feel they have to prove mastery to be perfect. So how do you apply a gender lens to art making across various audiences? And also we talked about, for vulnerable populations such as the people we work with at the mission, one size does not fit all. So we have to be sensitive to that. And Alex mentioned, how do we sort of step back from the enormity of this task and do something local that is small to start off, but is scalable across different audiences, jurisdictions, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, policy and advocacy team really did their homework. They did a lot. Okay, one thing I forgot to mention about this slide is that we will be analyzing the answers. So it's really important that we're capturing all of your ideas. A lot of wonderful things have been shared. So do put these things into the slide or text them at the number on your table. And just to kind of move us forward from problems to possibilities. And Aileen was just talking about a discussion that happened over there. How can we go from this large complex problem to find something that's small and actionable? And as the saying goes, the knife cuts best at its sharpest point. So your next challenge as teams is to take these resources that you've identified and to think about what is the one. We were supposed to vote on those, but we're going to skip it for time. So what's the one action we could take within your teams, within your action areas? What's the one action we could take that would make the biggest difference in developing this resource? So this is going to require a bit of prioritization. You've had a lot of ideas, a lot of discussion. So think ripple effect. Think, where do we want to focus first? What is that narrowest part of the river? This is a wildly unfair timeline, but we have 2 minutes to wrap up this discussion. So note takers, please input your answers, even if they're not perfect. Progress, not perfection. So do input ideas. Okay, folks, it's time. Time for sharing. Who wrote one pager? Which team did that come from? Anybody? Was that a ghost? Someone shared one pager. That was us. Okay. Policy and advocacy team. Report back.
I think we've talked about this before, but I think we're sitting on a lot of data. I think there could be more. We're just talking about longitudinal studies that could come from MASK. We're sitting on a lot, but we need to synthesize it. We need to have that one pager, I think, and then a whole bunch of things can flow from that. But I think as anybody who's done any kind of government advocacy, you got to have your elevator pitch, and you got to have it simple. And then, like I said, other like a public campaign or what have you could flow from that.
Thank you for those succinct comments. I'm amazed with the wealth of ideas that the policy and advocacy team came down with the shortest response. That's wonderful. Okay. So a one-pager aimed at educating policymakers around the health data. And anyone else want to share their ideas? Collaborative cafe monthly meetings, community engagement. Is that you? Oh, she's writing it now. That was over here. Okay, who wants to share from impact measurement / research team? I'm looking at you, Rebecca.
Okay, so as a group, when we were talking about what action can we take that would make the biggest difference in developing this resource, we thought really it's just having a space, a regular space where we can collaborate with one another and to exchange ideas and to be able to develop ideas and collaborations and to meet purposefully and intentionally. And I think that Michael has possibly offered a space at the OAG for a salon on the theme of art for social change, in which we can meet with researchers and artists and policymakers to collaborate with one another on projects to make the difference that have impact.
So keeping the conversation going. And as I mentioned this morning, this is just the beginning of the conversation. There'll be more invitations for you to participate and be a part of this. Before we wrap up, the most important table is the funding table, of course. And we haven't heard from you yet, funding table. What have you come up with?
Okay. Well, we've had kind of a diverse conversation over here, but a lot of it has been covered, so I don't think we'll cover that. But actually, if I can just sort of steal this idea that we had a minute ago, if we do a one-pager and a summary, to do a petition, I mean, we just need to really get people's voices heard that this is a valid thing, and based on the appreciation of the arts and the benefits and the cost effectiveness that that we've mapped out. We have to advocate for ourselves. Nobody's going to do it, right? And so that was just an interesting little conversation that we had just before you handed this to me.
All of us as individuals, artists, known or not known, but also the institutions that are part of this symposium. We signed out that letter. It said, this is the product of this symposium, so this is very important. This would be like a very important moment, I guess. Manifesto. A manifesto from us to them. Why not?
Thank you. Those are great, important ideas. Have you added them to our... Please do. We want to capture everything. Nothing can be lost. Okay, Kate has a report from the partnerships team. No, some thoughts.
No. But I just have a follow-up because it's top of mind for me with the comment that was just said about advocacy. So this week, if anybody was in Ottawa, it was Arts Day on the Hill on Tuesday. So this is a real advocacy movement that has been going on for a number of years. But I'm thinking if there was the combination of arts and health, there may be a way to piggyback or work with those national and arts organizations to take that messaging, whatever the messaging is, one pager or whatever, and put that right in front of the politicians on the same day, because it's something that's already set up, and just go on those coattails, but go in partnership with them to do this work, because it would be an easy pathway, I'm thinking. So just heads up, it's once a year in November.
Did you? Yeah. Oh, you want me to do it? I feel like somebody else is more competent.
Carol, want to do it? Let's find the courage.
Carol.
Oh man, you've heard me enough today, haven't you? So our group the partnership group felt that the one concrete thing that we would need in order to move forward would be actually a steering committee at a national level. And when I said, well, who's on the steering committee? They said, well, what about starting with the HeARTcare Advisory Committee? So everybody who's on that committee, you've just been signed up, that is. And the other thing is, if we're looking at advocating and funding and organizing on a national level and trying to make something sustainable out of this, we need to find our contacts at Public Health Agency Canada and Canada Council. So we bring the arts and health together at a federal level. So that was, we thought the steering committee needed to both apply for funding, for ongoing funding, as well as somehow get those two, connect those two and engage those two federal organizations.
Carol, thank you. That was really beautifully said, and I think a great place to end our conversation. Thank you, all of you, for participating. It is, by some miracle, we're pretty much almost on time. So maybe I just have one last slide that is not showing up, but what is one way that this group could work together to support each other? Nope, that is not the one. You know what? I reached the end of my presentation. It was about, in the spirit of what you have committed to taking forward, what is one thing you would ask of this group to support you? So maybe instead of putting it on a slide or creating a word cloud, just turn to your group and make a request and thank the people who are sitting next to you for their participation and for showing up today. Really, I'm very emotional. This was really wonderful.
So I'm going to just bring some final words and our final remarks, and introduce our final remarks. But before I do, I want to acknowledge some key folks that really helped to bring this all together. I think you've now probably all met Emma, she who does all things or makes all things happen. Emma Campbell, huge player in making this happen. I think you also all met Haley Menard, who was fundamental in her leadership here. Haley, thank you so much. And of course, Michael, the master of the glockenspiel. Carnegie Hall next for you, sir. There we go. But of course, a huge thank you to all of you. It's been a long day. It's been an emotional day. We've heard so many incredible stories. I believe we've made a commitment to keep this going, to keep this conversation going, to not let this stop. And so from the Ottawa Art Gallery and Radical Connection side of things, I think we've made that connection. I was thinking back, Carol, to where this idea began, and I believe it was in a bar in the Byward Market over some cider. Yeah, I don't know exactly. But it's pretty much a miracle that all of you have come today to be a part of this. And I thank you for your honesty and your time, and I think the humility that we all brought. And this fellow here that's on the screen is somebody who always reminds me that humility is what we need to bring to the spaces that we occupy. They're important spaces. We're very privileged. We're all privileged to be here and to do the work that we do. And Simon Bracapay, who is an amazing Anishinaabe artist, activist, healthcare practitioner from Kitigan-Zibi, is so present here in Ottawa. If you haven't come across him, you may have not realized it. So his art is in the LRT. He has two pieces actually at Pimsey Station. He's done some major murals at I think the Ottawa Heart Institute. He was the executive director of the National Aboriginal Health Organization. He has like the art superpower family, the Bracapay family, who are in all disciplines here in Ottawa, doing all things. But he's also a special advisor to the Ottawa Art Gallery, and he did sit on our advisory committee. So we felt it was very important to just end the day with Simon's words.
Good afternoon, everyone from across Canada. And it's my honor to speak about something deeply meaningful to all of us: the transformation and healing power of the arts, and the importance of collaboration and bringing this vision to life. In a world that often feels fractured, the arts serve as a powerful bridge connecting people, communities, and even nations. And here in Ottawa, we are fortunate to have a shining example of this in the Ottawa Art Gallery, which is making an impact at the local, national, and international level. At this moment in history, with global challenges such as mental health crises, social isolation, and cultural divides, the role of art has never been more critical. The arts have the unique ability to heal not just individuals, but entire communities and countries. Through art, painting, dance, and storytelling, art allows us to express our emotions, share our stories, and find common ground. Collaboration is the heart of this success. It brings together diverse perspectives, artists, healthcare practitioners, community leaders, and policymakers, united by the shared value of creating spaces for healing and understanding. This kind of interdisciplinary teamwork enriches the creative process and magnifies the impact of art. Whether it's a mural project that gives voice to marginalized community or a music program that eases the loneliness of seniors in long-term care, collaboration ensures that art serves as a force for good. The Ottawa Art Gallery is a leader in this collaboration movement. Locally, it acts as a cultural hub, bringing the community together to explore art that reflects the stories and heritage of our region, including those from my community, Algonquin, Anishinaabe, and Indigenous peoples. Nationally, the gallery fosters connection among artists and organizations, driving conversations about how art can influence public wellness and policy. And internationally, the gallery has become a beacon of cultural exchange, highlighting the way in which art can transcend borders and build bridges between different cultures. By integrating programs focused on mental health, reconciliation, and inclusiveness, the art galleries and institutions are showing how art can address some of the most pressing issues of our time, whether through exhibitions that explore themes of resilience or workshops that use art as therapy. The art creates spaces where healing and understanding can thrive. This is a particularly important time to focus on the arts for healing and wellness. After years of global uncertainty, people are seeking connections and meaning. The arts provide an outlet for this, offering tools to navigate grief, foster resilience, and spark joy. But we must do more than celebrate healing power of art. We must invest in it. This means funding community programs, sponsoring artists, and advocating for policies that prioritize arts in healthcare and education. As we move forward, let us take inspiration from art institutions across Canada and the countless artists, healers, and visionaries who remind us of art capacity to heal. Together, through collaboration and creativity, we can build a world where the arts are not just seen as an afterthought, but as a vital part of our collective well-being. Miigwech. Nyawa, many thanks.